UTEC, Olympian in 1980, and one of the meet managers of the 2002 World Junior Championships in this very building. It's history in the making. PBCJ on this side of the camera at track and field for the first time, and history, Digo, because for the first time in about 2 seasons, fans are back in the stands. 10,000 vaccinated fans back in, and you're here. How does it feel to be back in the building for track and field?
Thank you very much, Hubert, and good evening to the fans. It's fantastic to see PBC on board. It's a great innovation. We're also happy that we were able to have fans in the stadium. I'm sure they are happy to be here once more for Gibson McCook relays. It is a world-class event, and I'm sure the athletes are happy and looking forward to go. We will have a beautiful day.
Diego, this beautiful day, there are grey clouds above the stadium. I came up from the big parish of St. Catherine. They were grey down the bottom of Mountain View. If it does rain, what does it mean for running of the meet and for the athletes?
It could mean that some events may go off on time, but it also means that we have an all-weather track, and with an all-weather track, we'll be able to get the water off the track as quick as possible if there's any accumulation. So unless the downpour is steady and continuous, we will be able to continue the meeting.
Diego, thank you very much. It's the Gibson McCook relays, and when we come back, the first event, the girls' football and finals with Edwin Allen. We'll be back. It's go time for the 2022 Gibson McCook relays. Stage for the 45th time inside this building, the National Stadium in Kingston. I'm Hubert Lawrence, with me Anthony Diego Davis. You saw thrills and spills from Gibson McCook relays past. We're here in the present now for the girls' class 1 4x100 meters. It was gloomy down the bottom of Mountain View Avenue, but now it's bright sunshine inside this building, the House of Speed. And to start off the speed today, Digo, the girls' class 1 4x1s, Edwin Allen, 3 wins the last 4 Gibson McCook relays, have the year's fastest time in class 1, 44.31. They're in the sky blue from Frankfield.
It's a sprint fest, and it's excellent to start with the 4x1, and the Edwin Allen team will be giving us a preview of what we may see at Champs. So I'm sure everybody will be looking at them. All eyes on Edwin Allen, and the other competitors will be making sure that they state their claim.
The team coached by Michael Dyke is Edwin Allen, 3 parts of Jamaica's world champion, world junior record team. They're in lane number 6, Immaculate, Homewood, St. Jago, Hydel, Edwin Allen High School, lane number 6, St. Catherine High on the outside, the Queen's School. The record in the meet, 44.48 by St. Jago. That's Natalia White and Shanice Reed back a few years ago. And the season leading time by Edwin Allen this year at Western Relays, 44.31. At GC Foster, I was there. They were easy. I wonder if today they'll put the gas on in this 4x1. They're in the blocks now for the first race of the afternoon. Serena Cole runs the first leg for Edwin Allen, and she has done for some time. This team ran 43.73 in class 2 years ago, and Cole screams up the back straight away. The baton in the hands of Tina Clayton, world under 2100 champion last year in Nairobi. In blue, also flying, Hydel in the blue, just coming into the picture. It's like listening on the back straight away. Good pass to Brandy Hall, class 100 champion last year. A great turn by the Hydel team in the blue and the gold, but still Edwin Allen lead. Baton now to Tia Clayton. Clean pass at the end, and now Anika McAnuff tall, chasing for Hydel. St. Jago third, but Clayton has the baton in front for Edwin Allen. They come through to win the first race of the day. It's 43.37, the fastest time ever in high school track and field. Before this, 43.62 at Penn in 2018, with Kevona Davis running the back straight at Penn, and now Michael Dyke told me he didn't do any baton work at Western Relays, said he'd fix things after that, and he has, to the tune of the fastest time ever in high school track and field by Cole, Clayton, the third leg Brandy Hall, and Clayton on the anchor leg. Wow, what a start to the meet.
Awesome. You said before the race that you were wondering if they were going to put their foot on the gas, and they did. We now have the fastest time ever by a high school athlete. So that is excellent. The other thing we need to point out, Hubert, is that the race was scheduled to go off at 1 p.m. and it went off at 1 p.m. So in true Gibson style, the meet, we can expect the meet to be on schedule all the way.
Diego, you've run on some great relays for Cast back in the day. Here's the first change by Edwin Allen. Look tight.
Yes, it's a good change. They're changing the baton almost at the end of the box, which is good.
Hall to Clayton. This is Tia, and she has had some injuries. She part of the world record team last year in Nairobi, and she puts a max effort down the stretch to go 43, I can't even say the number, 43.37. Cracking time to kick off the meet.
Hubert, it was all clean exchanges.
Heidel,
and
second.
They can only get better as they practice more and the season extends.
Wow. World high school record to kick off the meet in Class 1. Edwin Allen with a crackerjack team taking charge from the off. And if you went to the fridge during the first event thinking that the big stuff would come later, today's meet, all finals, so from here right down to the end, everything, all the marbles on the table, all the time, all day long.
The big stuff is already here. And if we put it in perspective, we are in February. So it's still early season, so lots of time left to get in shape and to have a better pass.
Sensational first event. The second event comes up now. Looks like St. Catherine High from St. John's Road in Spanish Town. They're one of the best teams in Class 2. That's coming up in a moment. And girls Class 2 4x1s. St. Catherine winners at the Camperdown Classic at 46.28 with Asaria Hewlett. Coach told me that he thinks that she can go sub 14, sub 13 in the sprint hurdle, so we'll see. Edwin Allen won at the Western Relays, but the team to watch here in Class 2, Heidel, season leaders, 45.42 at the Whit McKinley Classic at Calabar.
I must comment on St. Catherine High. There is significant improvement in their sports program all around. So you can see that the coaching staff and the admin is treating sports as a priority, and their results is showing in their achievement on the track and in other sports.
And before we get back to the second event on track, the Class 2s, we go right down to trackside.
For interview, you just ran a very good meet. How was that for you?
Well, I feel very great. I also come out here and did what was expected.
You guys produced a record. How does that feel for you?
Miss, it's a great feeling knowing that we have the team to do it. Only if we have a mistake, we wouldn't make it. But yes, we come out here and do what we have to do.
All right, thank you, girls. All the best.
Second event on track now. The girls Class 2 4x100 meters. Heidel, the team to beat here. They've got Alana Reed, and up the back stretch, that's Reed cleaning the back straightaway with speed. So it's Alana Reed. She makes a change first. Slow change by Heidel. They've got a big margin over St. Catherine High School and Edwin Allen. So Heidel, team time leaders in 2022 at 45.42. The baton passed smoothly for Heidel. St. Catherine in hot pursuit, but well back. It's Heidel. Corey Bennett's Heidel Quartet is leading the second final of the afternoon, and they come through to win comfortably. It's 44.63 for a rampaging Heidel team. We saw Michael Dykes work in Class 1, and Corey Bennett goes 1-all with a swift 44.63. Very few Class 2 teams, Diego, go sub 45, and Heidel do it comfortably at 44.63.
You know what is significant, and I'm noticing it almost at every meeting that we attend, the form of all the athletes straight across the board. No longer are we seeing a few schools running very well.
Heidel in lane number 5. Catch up on the first leg a little bit to Edwin Allen, and they come to the first exchange, and the pass to Alana Reed is the best. She's gone. This is the third leg. Looks like Karika Hill, the World Junior Gold medalist in the 4x1, ran third leg for Jamaica in the World Juniors last year, has run 13.25 for sprint hurdles. Her pass to the ankle leg smooth, and Heidel, Digo, plain and clear sailing.
Absolutely. Efficient running all the way, excellent baton exchange. I'm sure the coach is happy with what they have produced today.
Digo, when you put your top runners on first and second, we call that front end loading. When you put them on third and fourth, top end loading.
Yeah.
When you put them second and third, Alana Reed and Karika Hill in the middle, 13.25. Reed is a NACAC under 18 200 champion and has champs gold medals from class 4, of course. That's middle loading.
Yes. I remember Dennis Johnson always says you put the slowest runner to anchor and you start with your fastest all the way around, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to give them, the anchor runner, a lead and hope that they can hold on.
Dennis Johnson, track and field wise, my broadcast partner's Big Daddy. I could say that.
Yes.
Great Dennis Johnson, world record holder at 100 yards, Olympian twice, 60 and 64. Sadly passed on last year. Miss him greatly. He so many innovations to the sport.
Yeah.
Here comes the class 3 4x1 now, and the winners of the big meets this season: Edwin Allen, Western Relays, 46.70. San Diego Camperdown Classic, you were there, Digo, 46.59. Wint McKinley, Heidel, season leaders, 46.35, fastest time of the season. So those are the teams who've come to this place with wins under their belt.
Exactly, and all the wins under the belt allows for intense competition today. And as I said, Gibson is a prelude to champs, so people want to make sure that there's no psychological advantage gained by any team.
Talked to Corey Bennett this week, told me that he just wanted to get the stick around, get a bit of improvement over the times they set at Wint McKinley, where they did their 4x1 testing.
Yeah.
Edwin Allen the week before, Western Relays, and some other teams went to Camperdown Classic. So let's see what happens in this Class 3 4x100. If you're just tuning in, we thank you. We're watching the 45th staging of the Gibson McCook Relays. My name is Hubert Lawrence. With me, Anthony Digo Davis, an Olympian in 1980. We're about to watch the Class 3 4x1s. They're walking out there. Digo saw them, and maybe a few minutes before what they might call post time in another sport with races.
Exactly, but it's enough time so they can do proper introduction and allows for the media personnel to introduce to the viewing public the runners in each lane and identify their schools. And so there is a concept of a 4-minute countdown between when the athlete arrives at the start of competition to when they report to the gun. And that is critical in the whole starting process.
Just some accounting, the Class 2 record 44.59. Heidel just outside that, 44.63. If you're counting records, that was close. This is the top of the backstretch, and the teams in this race are getting set, making sure that they have their steps ready. And before they get ready, we step downstairs for an interview.
So, Heidel, you just won the 4x100. Tell me, how was the race for you?
But Miss, you can cut it. Miss ran a class 2 or class 1?
How was the race for you?
It was a good race. The main aim was to really get the baton around safe, because that's what really matters. The band doesn't usually line, it doesn't count, so that was the aim of the race.
I mean, you and the other girls, how was it coming into the race?
It was good. We did the required work, worked together as a team, put God first as always, and we did our best.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Back in the booth for the girls' Class 3 4x100 meters. That comes up any minute now. And the record in Class 3, 44.59. The Class 2 record was 44.675. So short change Heidel. That's the Class 2 record by Heidel, 44.63. We're in Class 3 now. And maybe I need a trip to my optician, Digo. That Class 2 time, 44.63, a record by Heidel. And 2 records, 2 events, 2 records as we kick off this session of high-speed finals here at the Gibson McCook Relays.
And if the first 2 races anything to go by, there are persons watching at home who may regret not being able to actually see all this action live.
Well, I'm leaning back in my chair. I was thinking that we wouldn't have too many records today because of COVID and it being hard to train, but the first 2 events records, and one of them a world high school record by Edwin Allen at 44.37. Before we go to Class 3, Michael Dyke tells me that he thinks that Class 1 quartet can run sub 43.
It would be fantastic if they could, and if the coach is of that view, I'm sure the athletes have been convinced that it's possible, and we may well see that before the end of the year.
Here's Class 3, girls 4x100 meters. The record in this event, 44.59, 2019. The Clayton Twins and company in Class 3 back then. Here's the lineup. Excelsior, St. Catherine, St. Jago, Immaculate, Heidel, the time leaders, Edwin Allen, Homewood, Vertec. It's Edwin Allen 1, Heidel 1, and Heidel have the fastest time in Class 3 this season, 46.35. A clean start and an even start, going fast on the outside. Looks like Homewood in lane number 7. They come right up to St. Jago and keep on onto Excelsior and keep on going. So it's Homewood on the first, looking good too. The Heidel change is smart, so too. A fast team from, looks like Kamoy Binga, the reigning Class 3 hurdles champion for St. Jago, sweeping past everybody there. The change nice for St. Jago. On the outside, Terralong, tall lady from Edwin Allen, but still St. Jago goes through. That's like St. John on the third leg for St. Jago. Change gives Pashana Lee Blake the baton in front. St. Jago, Heidel, Edwin Allen. 1-all, Heidel, Edwin Allen, but St. Jago come onto the scorecard with Pashana Lee Blake. It's St. Jago come through to win the third event of the Gibson McCook Relays at 45.79. Pashana Lee Blake, sprinter, long jumper, prominent in Class 4 2 years ago. A serious face. Put St. Jago, the Monk Street Giants, on the scorecard. It's Edwin Allen 1, Heidel 1, St. Jago 1.
This is a good spread. All the top schools are coming through, and at the end of the day, we'll see what the scorecard reach. But for now, it's a pretty even start.
Coach Kalanda Goulburn, Coach K at Monk Street, puts together a team of slick passers. Kamoy Binga, last year's hurdles Class 3 champion and 100 champion, comes here with a slick run. Her pass to Olivia St. John is nice. St. John wires her on the top curve. They've moved Terralong, the long-legged inland girl, from backstretch to third leg. Didn't quite work out as Olivia St. John comes through with a lovely turn leg. You can see Blake move first. Baton pass. Here it is. St. John to Blake. In, out, boom. St. Jago in the lead.
Yes, very, very efficient. And what I'm noticing that there hasn't been any incident of fumbling among all the teams, which means they have been practicing their exchanges.
So the big schools, Diego called them, all on the scorecard.
Yes, it's 1-1-1.
Edwin Allen 1, Heidel 1, St. Jago 1. We come to Class 4 now, and the number 1 team in Class 4, Immaculate, not there. 48.69 at the Camperdown Classic, but not invited in Class 4. Edwin Allen, 48.90 at Western Relays, have the fastest time of those teams there.
So let's see what the scorecard will reach after.
4x1s for girls. There's a little bit of a sad sight. Her head in her hands. Ladies in blue and white, think that's Immaculate. Nobody happy there. We'll be happy at trackside for the next interview.
Olivia, talk to me. How was that race for your team?
Well, it was a good race. The execution was not bad. And we're very grateful that we came out here and we were victorious.
What was the preparation like going into this race?
Well, our preparation was mostly on execution. I know to execute the race, get the baton part, get fast banner exchanges, and
All right, thank you so much, Olivia.
thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, that group won in Class 4 at Gibson 2 years ago at 47-8. So if you read back a little bit, you see some of the answers to the future. The God-centered Kelando Goulburn Class 3 girls 4x1 team on the board at 45.70. And there's a sad moment. No baton fumbles, but here is a difficulty for Immaculate.
Yes, unfortunate, but it's occupational hazard, and we hope the young athlete will recover in time to continue her season without too much setback.
I feel like I'm watching the Carol Burnett show. It seems like we hardly started, and before you know it, we're up to the last 4x1 for girls, the girls Class 4.
Yes.
Adrenaline winning at Western Relays 48.90. Immaculate 48.69 at the Camperdown Classic. Heidel at Calabar 50.81. What we've seen so far, Digo, is that those times mean nothing, because in the 2 weeks before when those times are run, all of the big teams have cranked it up a notch.
Yes, absolutely. It's getting close to champs time and Carifta. So the athletes who look forward to the start of an international career, their coaches would have stepped it up to ensure that they are in position to make the teams.
Champs 5 weeks away, first week in April. This is the last full week in February. And so everyone working harder and harder. Edwin Allen, 48.90 at Western Relays. The fastest time of those teams here. And expect a chance, let's not expect, but a chance now for that tie 1-1-1 to be broken in this class.
Yes.
Heidel are there. Edwin Allen are there as well, and I think St. Diego are there as well. There's St. Diego in lane number 1. And you can see at the top right hand corner of this picture, the fans spaced out in the grandstand. The green light given for 10,000 vaccinated fans to be here, and some already in the building. Here's the lineup: St. Diego, Veritech, Heidel, Edwin Allen, Woolmers, Immaculate St. Catherine, and Homewood on the outside in lane number 8. The record 47-3 by Heidel in 2017. Clean start in his fourth 4x1 final today, and a bullet start by Heidel. Homewood on the outside going very fast as well, but it's Heidel who come up past Edwin Allen and come to the exchange zone first. Homewood on the outside, Heidel are now in the backstretch. Looks like Immaculate up there. Wow, they're in the meet now, so it's the fastest teams in the nation. Immaculate two in from the outside, and they come forward now. The number 1 team in the nation, Immaculate, racing Heidel neck and neck on the third leg. Heidel have the lead. Here comes Edwin Allen coming up at the very end. Way down the zone. Is that going to be safe? Yes, for Heidel. Heidel, a chase on. Looks like Gale coming forward for Edwin Allen. The Western Relay champions come past Heidel and take command in the 4x1. It's Edwin Allen who come through to go 2-1-1-1 in 48.41, and that's the fastest time in the nation at girls class 4 4x1. Edwin Allen 2 up on St. Diego, and Heidel with a season leading time in girls class 4.
I like the fighting spirit of the Edwin Allen and Corona.
These 4x1s have been quite special. Digo, a world junior high school leading time for the world, and a second look at the relay. Immaculate actually in there, lane number 6. They catch up on the outside. Here's their backstretch, powerful running, and Woolmer's great backstretch, and Heidel, great changing, high, fast and safe by Heidel, with the time leaders Immaculate coming to the last exchange.
Yes, and Gibson Relay can really be described as a sprint fest. The 4x1s that we have started the competition with has given hope for the future generation of female sprinters. Determined
anchor leg by Edwin Allen takes care of business. A season leading time 48.41 in class 4, and we head down to trackside after the 4x1s Class 4.
All right, come girls, come girls. All right, Edwin Allen, talk to me. How was that race for you?
It was quite good. Could have been a better start, but still we won. And I'm here to do this for my family, the school, and also myself. I'm very proud of us.
What was the preparation like coming into this game?
Well, we didn't know exactly what would happen, so we came out here to expect the unexpected.
And the unexpected was that you guys won. How was that for you?
I feel very great that we won. Although it wasn't a good start, but we picked up and that was good.
All right, thank you so much, girls.
Edwin Allen with Moesha Gale and Ariana Brown in Class 4. And history made with this broadcast. 4 season-leading times in the first 4 relays. Digo, 48.41 just a while ago. Edwin Allen, top 5 in Class 4. Sinjigo, 45.70. First sub 46 in Class 3 for the season. Class 2, record Heidel, 44.63 with Alana Reed and Karika Hill, second and third leg. And a world high school record by Edwin Allen in Class 1 with Serena Cole, second leg. Tina Clayton, the world junior champion. Third leg, Brandy Hall, last year's Class 1 100 champion. And twin sister Tia closing up business. Wow, 43.37.
Fantastic performance. Hubert, do you notice that there's a distinct improvement in the interviewing techniques of the young athletes? They seem a lot more relaxed and speak well during the interview. I'm feeling very proud that it seems as if work is being done on this aspect of the athlete's career.
Island Wide 2, Edwin Allen, Frankfield, Heidel Ferry, San Diego Monk Street, and Edwin Allen. So it's island wide.
Yes.
So everyone in everybody's school is trying to take care of business.
Yes, and that's good.
So thank you to the teachers.
Because at the end of the day, the athletes need to be candidates as brand ambassadors, and this is where you actually give the impression to sponsors looking on that here is a young athlete I'd like to associate my company and products with.
Women's 4x1 coming up, 5'9" Ashley Williams in high school at Homewood, nicknamed Ashley Felix Williams, and she steps out. She's now Sprint Tech. It's the Sprint Tech team getting set for the women's 4x1s, and Sprint Tech powerful at the Western Relays in the 4x1s and the 4x4s, and Ashley, a bright spark on the 4x4 mid-February, 52.4, so she's approaching top class fitness. If you're watching on the Supernet, don't be shy. It's a happy Saturday. Back in the building, and that's Ramona Burchell nearest to us. She world indoor finalist at 60 meters in 2018, former Herbert Morrison star and 3 times an NCAA champion for the University of Alabama. Terrible time with injuries, but somehow has gotten her fitness together, has been described by her coach Maurice Wilson as the type of sprinter who could be a role model because of her work ethic and how she carries herself, and has pressed Sherika Jackson and Elaine Thompson-Hera in local outdoor 60s, and so we wait to see how it will go with her for the season, but wishing her the best of luck. 15 nationals last year, and part of the team that won the gold medal in Tokyo.
I just got a quick glance at the stands, and it's refreshing to see some semblance of spectators watching an athletic meeting. So I'm pretty sure as the year go on, we'll be seeing more and more fans in the stands.
It's great to see, and everybody cooperating. You see them spaced out. Heard the announcement a while ago. They can't sit in rows, one back of the other. They've got to space out so it's as friendly to the protocols as possible. And I think they're settling into the blocks. No, just getting set for the women's 4x100 meters.
And so far, all the events have gone off as scheduled, which is an achievement in itself.
Yes, there you go. I know with my limited experience as a meet director, keeping that schedule on target can be a challenge.
Yes.
And of course, Gibson McCook, famous for doing that right down through the ages. It was
the last event.
Yep. You could tell your clock by it. Remember some great Neville McCook interviews at the end of the meet, talking to the press. What time is it? I don't have to look at my watch. It's X p.m. because that's the scheduled time at Gibson.
Absolutely.
Gibson McCook, of course. Bishop Percival Gibson, Bishop of Jamaica, Fountain Master of Kingston College, and Neville Teddy McCook, great servant to sport in his country, in the region, and around the world, both watching down from on high. The women's 4x1, the record 43.13 by UTEC in 2015. And the start goes off for the 4x1s. Just two teams now on the inside. Sprint Tech speeding around the top curve. Is that Burchell? Yes, it is. She comes through the pass to Anastasia Leroy. Not a great one, but Leroy adjusts the baton and starts to step down the back straightaway. She's 50.5 at 400 meters and lets out the gas on the back stretch. Baton pass made safely. And it's Forbes, Sasha Lee Forbes. She also part of Olympic and World Champs medal teams. Always great on the curve from her Homewood days, and comes through to Ashley Felix Williams, who another conservative pass by the Sprint Tech, but they're winning by a city block. Williams taking the baton down the stretch. A comfortable win for Sprint Tech, and Williams crosses the line. It's 45.00, and the passing from the professionals, not beautiful, but the running confident, fast and safe.
Sometimes, as they say, it's better to be safe than sorry, and some people actually make an effort to be safe in the baton passing.
Clock says 44.99. Burchell, World Indoor finalist in 2018, wires around the curve and closes the stag on the team outside. The change to Anastasia Leroy, a patient one. Leroy Smart holds up for the baton, gets it safely, connects more securely with our Homewood success and Sprint Tech teammate Sasha Lee Forbes. And Forbes, always a good curve runner, little lean inside and turns in, looks at another Homewood alum, Ashley Williams. That baton pass, conservative, and we know that from what we've seen, Digo, Sprint Tech has a lot more to offer on the 4x1.
Absolutely. And I think their preparation really from Sprint Tech would be geared towards the World Athletics coming up later in the year. So everything here, is a part of the preparation leading to that. That's
Miguel Francis, the tall man from Great Britain, 5'5". I think that's one on his number. He part of the Racers Track Club. That means he's coached by legendary Glenn Mills, and British sprinter, bedeviled with injuries last several seasons, but outstanding at 200, and we hope for him an injury-free season as for everybody else. O'Shane Bailey on the left, 5'8", Commonwealth finalist in 2010. He part of big Jamaican 4x1 teams at the Pan Am and the Commonwealth and the World Championships as well. Former Calabar man, second at Champs at 200 in 2009. And I think this guy is O'Dane McPherson, Greater Portmore to GC Foster, a bullet starter. They're training partners under Maurice Wilson at GC Foster.
He reminds me very much of Nesta Carter.
Supernet.
On the lead-off leg.
Francis, Antigua to Great Britain. And very much settled here in Jamaica, where he has outstanding coaching from Glenn Mills and the Racers family. Digo, the men's 4x1 record at Gibson is incredible. It's 38.08 in 2010, anchored by the tall man, legendary Usain Bolt. Sure he's tuned in. Good afternoon, Mr. Bolt.
Yes.
That's Zanel Hughes, 5'8", walking back, European 100 champion. Anguilla to Great Britain. False start in the Olympic 100 final. Has just lost his silver in the 4x1s. One of his teammates testing positive. That's so unfortunate for the team. But Hughes, world champs 200 finalist in 2015, and still the holder of the boys champs 100 record at 10.12. He ran those races in purple and white at Kingston College, the whole school for the Gibson McCook relays.
Yes, that is it.
Races won 2 years ago. The last time we had this meet at 38.51, and GC Foster College, you saw them on the track here, they were third at 39.82.
I saw a comment some days ago where somebody asked, what do you think would happen if the Caribbean had combined teams and entering in the Olympics?
Happened before,
yes.
1960, what they call a British Federation team.
Yeah.
They ran the year before at the Pan Am Games as well. And in 1960, got a bronze in the 4x4, I recall. 3 Jamaicans and a Barbadian, Jim Wedderburn. And so there's some precedence for it. I wonder if that would ever happen again.
I doubt it very much, because even in the cricket circles, there is talk of countries going alone, and cricket represents the last cricket represents the last section of Caribbean unity
in sport. University of the West Indies, of course, pulls us together, but you're right, Diego. Barbados at certain times would have been a world power in cricket. Here's the lineup though for the men's 4x1. Elite, SMS Striders, Speed Unit, that's UTEC MVP, Sprint Tech Lane 4, they won at Western Relays, the Racers, defending champions, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Lane 6, GC Foster College in Lane 7, and Michael University in Lane 8. Racers have a super lineup with Zanel Hughes on the backstretch usually, and Sprint Tech are the winners at the Western Relays 2 weeks ago. Not as much racing in the men's 4x1 as in the high school 4x1s, and so this is very much a shakedown for the big men teams.
To some extent, but I'm also happy at the number of teams that I see here, which means that people are making an effort to train in spite of COVID. And the clubs is an extension of the high school system. So it shows some kind of activity that is still going on within the clubs. And I'm sure you will get pretty good performance from them.
O'Shane Bailey on screen a second ago, lining up for Sprint Tech in lane number 4, was part of the team that won for Coach Maurice Wilson 2 weeks ago in the 4x1 at GC Foster. And GC Foster were second on that day, well back from the professionals. They had their revenge at 4x4 later on, and we get set now for the men's 4x1. The Sprint Tech team on that day, Bailey, O'Shane Bailey, Chadwick Hines, Canadian Brendan Rodney, and Demish Gay, the 2-time world finalist at 400 meters, 39.56. That's a time leader. We've seen in the girls 4x1s, Diego, every season leader in the 4x1s revise, and in some cases the revision dramatic.
Yes, that's true. And I'm expecting the seniors to continue the trend because they are preparing for World Championships later on. And although it's February, they should be in pretty good shape now. Also, World Indoors is coming up. So I'm sure, they are working towards keeping top form. The other point I wanted to touch on is that the success of the club.
1 second, Diego. On screen, Olympic semifinals at 100. Oblique Seville, Carifta champion a couple of years ago, and second at Pan Am Juniors. Anchored Jamaica in the Olympic Games to a high place and a sub-38, so he's leading off for the Racers Club and Glen Mills.
Maybe they're utilizing the strategy of the fastest person starting.
O'Shane Bailey tiptoes back into the blocks for Sprint Tech, former Calabar man. So too is Seville. They're both on the first leg. Bailey out fast, Seville also out fast, one lane outside him. That's Seville with Bailey in hot pursuit. Those two men race right together on the first leg. Looks like Bailey gets there first. Bailey to Rashid Dwyer, the former Commonwealth 200 champion, is taking charge for Sprint Tech. Sprint Tech with a little edge in the lead. On the outside, Antonio Watson. Hughes on the third leg versus Rodney. Rodney on the inside, Sprint Tech. Hughes on the outside, Racers. They get to the exchange together. It's Demishgay gets the baton from Rodney down the zone. Miguel Francis gets a jump on Demishgay, and that's about it. It's Racers over Sprint Tech in the 4x100 meters, and it's 38.89. Every year, this 4x1 is sub 39. And that last change by Sprint Tech stretched out a little bit, and that gave Racers the advantage, and they went away with it with Miguel Francis.
Definitely. You can see the importance of baton change, because you can be even, and after the exchange you find somebody 2 or 3 steps ahead of you. I'm looking at the youngsters and see them executing the baton change very well, and then when you get to the senior level, both in the men and women, it is not as smooth as you expect.
They've got maybe less practice. Rashid Dwyer, Olympic finalist last year, gets to Rodney. That change is nice. Zanel Hughes, normally backstretch, now on the third leg, and Rodney and Hughes run neck and neck right together. They're both great at 200. Demishgay maybe out a split second early. The baton slows down, and Racers gets the advantage, and Miguel Francis builds that advantage to a meter and a half, 38.89 for the Racers.
I'm happy to see Demishgay running the sprint relay, because what it means is that some attention is being paid to his speed for the 400 meters, which can only serve him well.
Yes, 44.4 in the World Championships in Doha 2019. A bit of a niggle in 2021. Here are the results. Racers 38.89, Sprint Tech, and that 38.9 a season leading time for the men. Sprint Tech second, 39.19. So it's Racers and Sprint Tech, these times the 2 fastest times in Jamaica for the season.
I was making a point earlier before the start of the race that the success of the clubs is critical, because the young high school athletes need to see a structure that they can go into. The ones who are not inclined to go overseas or get that opportunity, that they can actually stay here, and there's an organized structure for them to aspire to. So the continuation of the high school is critical to success at the international level.
And of course, if you don't know, Anthony Davis, former head of the Jamaica Intercollegiate Association, and many years of service to developing track and field at that level as well. 4x1s, high school girls finished. Big people 4x1s also finished, and before we finish, we sprint down to trackside.
Yes.
And you want mask on our... All right, Miguel, talk to me about that race just now.
Well, we came out here and did what we wanted, what we planned to do, and that was win, execute, get the baton around safely, and just have a good time. So I'm very proud of my teammates and whatnot for making baton come all the way around. I'm very happy for the win.
Talk to me, what was the preparation like coming into the game?
Well, it's just been regular training really. We didn't really adjust anything, any training or whatnot for the meet. We did a few baton changes in the week, and that was about it.
Would you change anything?
Honestly, no. It's just, well, for me personally, it's just rust. That was my first run for the season. No runs, no 400s, nothing. So that was my first run. But other than that, I wouldn't change anything. Everything was good. I'm really happy with how it went down.
Thank you.
Masters 4x1 on track now, and they head down the back straight away with running on the outside, maybe a practice run. they're going to get going again in a second. So a little break for us. Looked like it was a Masters, but I think this is a second section of the men's 4x100 meters. I can see GC Foster out there walking back lane number 7, and Yuri, normally those red vests, in lane number 5. The Michael on the outside, and I think lane number 6 is GC Foster, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So another section of the men's and clubs 4x100s, and there's a red card, false start disqualification. It's merciless false start rule, voted in by the IAAF in 2009. They've changed their names in that time. They're World Athletics now. And let me stay on the safe side. Anthony, we get set for the second part of the men's 4x1s.
Yes, and part of it is that income is significant and television required.
So it's St. Vincent and the Grenadines, GC Foster in the white vest on the inside, GC Foster outside them, and Michael on the outside. So these three teams raced on the back straight away. The change made. St. Vincent the Grenadines looking really good. GC Foster trying to fight back on the back straightaway, but still the Vincentians have the advantage. The change for the Vincentians way down the zone. GC Foster come out to the pack and start to take command, and they're chased by St. Vincent the Grenadines. Close together. GC Foster on the outside, passing their way to the lead. A chase on down the anchor leg, and it's GC Foster and Brown. The Vincentians hustling down the stretch. It's going to be close at the finish. It's GC Foster leading just to win. 40.02. Tight racing in the B men's 4x100 meters, with GC Foster holding on at the very end at 40.02. Not fast, but close. Close.
This is what track and field is all about, and this is what the spectators like to see. Fast races, yes, but also competitive races is what makes it interesting.
The Vincentians first part, beautiful. There you go, flying down the back straight where they're making up ground on GC Foster, and on the outside the Mike University. The second change, way down the zone, fast and safe. And even though the third leg is fast for GC Foster, the white-vested Vincentians keep up with them. Last change, GC Foster, their change is better. They take the advantage, Dico, and they go away to the races.
Absolutely.
Those gray clouds, top right-hand side to your picture, show the word we have for rain here. The track is all weather. And we talked about Mr. McCook, was here at Champs, Boys Champs 1986 on Friday. A heavy downpour threatened to stop the meet. Officials scurrying left and right. Out into the rain came a yellow-jacketed Neville Teddy McCook, ordered people back to the stations, and that meet went on in the rain.
Yes, it is. And I think a lot of our athletes, especially who have international experience, realize that regardless of the weather, the meeting can go on.
Second look at the finish. I call it for GC Foster, but there was a late lean by St. Vincent, and this one could be close. I'm waiting for the screen to populate with the finish, because that one, Anthony, was really, really close.
Yes, and we speak about the weather, except there's lightning, we can continue. That's the whole reason why you have an all-weather track.
That's exactly the point Mr. McCook was making at Champs 1986, where he was the meet director.
Yes. You have an all-weather track, we have a technical crew, so it's a matter of getting any excess water off the track as quick as possible, and usually the excess water is going to be in lane 1, or in the case of the throwing events.
We head downstairs to trackside.
Sage, that was a nail-biting finish. How was that for you?
Well, we got the baton behind, so just tried my best to pass the guy in the race. So it was rough, but we got it in the end.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And the accent tells you who won. It's St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 40.02. We're getting set for the boys class 4x100 meters. The record, 39.32 by the Calabar team with Michael O'Hara. Here's that finish one more time. Here's a lean in, and it looks like the Vincentians leaned in at the finish to steal the win. in the men's B4x1 at the Gibson McCook relays. That was right on the line.
Hubert, one of the things that I know some coaches pay attention to is the finish. You have to learn to lean into the tape, and if you look at the hurdles event, hurdlers seem to lean into the tape better than almost any other, because at the international level it is rare that anybody is going to be a runaway winner, so it's always going to be close, so you have to learn how to finish.
On screen, Tajay Francis, last year's Class 1 hurdles champion, leading off at Kingston College. KC won in Class 2 2 years ago. Francis adds to that team in Class 1. They won at the Western Relays and head out. It's Francis starting fast for Kingston College on the inside. He's a change to Adrian Carr. Carr, former Class 3 200 champion. St. Catherine in the sky blue in the middle. Stets falling back a little bit. JC good up the back straight away. On the inside, KC, a fall for Stets. They won't finish the race. JC flying on the inside. Still, Edwin Allen start to come forward as well. JC have the lead. St. Catherine come to their shoulders. St. Jago on the outside with Greg Prince. It's JC, St. Catherine, KC. Here comes Greg Prince on the outside for St. Jago. He's a big sprint in Class 1. Cleans up St. Catherine. Goes past JC. St. Jago win. 40.26. Greg Prince, 45.8 for 4x4 this season at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet. And here, the National Junior 200 champion sorts up the 4x1 with a bullet ankle leg for St. Jago.
That was a very exciting race, Hubert. While there are 4 runners on the team and each person need to make their contribution, I think the ankle leg was super.
Greg Prince.
All of a sudden you see this green and yellow flying past your screen. It was literally flying. Excellent ankle leg.
Greg Prince, last year's National Junior champion, was on the St. Jago team that set a St. Jago school record at Boys and Girls Champs last year. St. Jago in the yellow tops and the green shorts on the outside. Great first leg by Jamaica College. They connect first on the back stretch. That's Hector Benjamin running the back straight away. Here's the third leg. JC still lead. A hustle for St. Catherine on the third leg. And they get the baton pass made just about in front. But then they make a mistake. Nicholas Francis on the inside for KC going well. JC in the lead, it's clear. Suddenly, left side to your picture, a flashing green and gold comes through. Then look across by Greg Prince. A royal ankle leg for the Monk Street men. 40.26, and again, Digo, a season leading time. That's world champion Bert Cameron, second twice at champs, 78, 79 in the 400 for St. Jago. He's giving a world championly look at the St. Jago team these days, and they come through to win at 40.26, season leading time. Big ankle leg by Greg Prince.
It's a very good run, and again, this is what spectators want to see: exciting athletics, and this is what we are known for. So all the persons interested in sprinting, this is where it's at.
Here are the numbers: 40.26 St. Jago, JC second, 40.40, St. Catherine 40.50, and before this race, the season leading time was by St. Jago at Camperdown Classic, 40.57. So 3 schools ahead of that at Gibson McCook. Brilliant running by Greg Prince. He, Sandra Davidson, St. Catherine, and Brian Level all out there a while ago in the 4x1s and all headed for, I think, some interesting racing at Boys and Girls Championships.
Hubert, you hear me keep speaking about the schedule. I can't help it. Having managed so many meetings, I tend to pay a lot of attention to the schedule, and the meet is going as scheduled, which is good. That's an achievement in itself.
A hug for the St. Jago boys from Bert Cameron, and we sprint down to trackside.
Go. All right, talk to me, guys. That was a beautiful race just now. What was it what was it like going into the race?
Well, it was good going into the race. We felt that we had it. Yeah.
Last leg, that was the stunner of it all. Talk to me about that.
It always had it in me. So from the previous 100 I run, I just came to show everybody that I'm okay.
Would you change anything different?
No, miss, not at all, miss. We know we was going to win, so just come out and did what we have to do.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
No, Malalai.
And Greg Prince saying his last 100, a cramp in the 100 at the Camperdown Classic, and some worries about his fitness, but just a cramp. He clearly in full and safe fitness. Last year, the old St. Jago record, 39.78, Johan Blake and Nick Ashman, and those guys when they were in school, last year 39.75 at Champs with Prince on that team. This is the boys class 2 4x1, and it's St. Jago, Edwin Allen, Kingston College, Camperdown, Calabar, JC, Excelsior, and on the outside, Wolmer's in lane number 8. There it is. Overcast, overhead, Calabar and green and black go fast on the first leg, so too moving well on the outside Excelsior in lane number 7, and Calabar smooth and crisp on the back straight away. Casey a bit back, Aaron Thomas, and Calabar stepping out. Maybe they have the advantage. It's Calabar making the passes together. Wolmer's making a mistake on the outside. It's Calabar and Excelsior on the inside. Flying coming through is Kingston College. Old Firm Racing. Calabar on the left side. Their pass way down the zone and slow. Here comes Kingston College. It's KC versus Calabar. Calabar have the advantage. St. Jago back in third. Calabar come on the board in the boys class 2 4x1s at 42.20. Fastest time in the season so far. JC not there at 41.68 from the Camperdown Classic. So that's the first time in a relay that the season's fastest time has not been budged at Gibson McCook. Calabar win, saw on the clock, 42.19 now for Calabar.
But the performances that we are seeing here, it is building the excitement for Champs. So can you imagine what Champs is going to be like?
Calabar with Coach Michael Clark and Omar Hawes, the man on the ground. The pass by JC, a mistake on the backstretch, and the outstanding JC team, time leaders at 41.68 out. Calabar rampage on the back straight away, close up on Excelsior. Their changes are nice as well, but it's Calabar in the lead at every exchange, and as befits the great Herb McKinley and the great Dennis Johnson, their changes down the zone. They look back, but just about safe.
Yes. There are persons who say never bet on a relay or a hurdles race.
Calabar win it 42.19, so it's St. Jago 1, Calabar 1, Calabar 42.19, KC not far behind at 42.26, and St. Jago 43.03 in third. The season leading time not bothered, JC Camperdown Classic with Mark Miller 41.68.
And Hubert, there's not much separating the teams now, and you must remember that a lot of schools are not necessarily using their best combination. They are giving athletes an opportunity to prove themselves. So by the time we get to Champs, that's when you actually see the best possible combination running, and you may see even faster times.
In the booth, Anthony Davis and Anthony Lawrence. We head down to trackside.
Talk to me about that race, guys.
You didn't exchange the button good, but it did well. The race did well.
What was the preparation like coming into this game?
Well, the preparation was to win it, and we win it.
Would you change anything about this race?
No, it was fine to me, so yeah.
What about that button change? Talk to me.
It was not what we wanted, but it's okay.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much. Calabar on the board now. So in the boys, St. Jago 1, Calabar 1. They've got boys class 3 and class 4, and boys class 3 final coming up. All finals today because of COVID. No heats. Here's the lineup. St. Catherine, Wolmer's boys, St. Jago, Calabar, Jamaica College, Kingston College, Cornwall College, and Veer Tech. In class 3, a close race at the Camperdown Classic. St. Jago with the edge over JC, but the time the same, 45.62. But at Western Relays, KC faster at 45.3. So KC coming to the class 3 4x1s, just about the favorites. They were comfortable at the Western Relays, and one expects them to do the business here at Gibson McCook. Calabar winners just a second ago. And that Calabar team, Nyron Vade, Tajanil Gordon, Deshaun Graham in the KC colors. So JC, mishap with the baton in the previous race where they were the favorites. And JC, lane number 5, KC, time leaders at 45.38 at Western Relays. They line up in lane number 6. Clouds, gloomy overhead. Action bright on the track. And KC, the team with the fastest time in the nation, running at their home meet, fly past Cornwall College and make the first exchange way down the zone and safe. They've got a fine class 3 unit, and Nicoy Bramwell of Calabar comes out to the park and sweeps the back stretch, can't quite connect to Kingston College after a fine second leg by Bramwell. It's Calabar on the inside, losing ground on the third leg. KC tried to recover the ascendancy. It's Kingston College and Calabar, and St. Jago zooming up on the third leg. A mistake by Calabar. St. Jago on the inside, but Kingston College, the time leaders, look confident and comfortable and come through to win the boys class 3 4x1, 44.36. They've improved their season leading time from 45.38. Told you they were easy at Western Relays, and they've come through here with a season leading time in the boys class 3 4x1. Smooth running by KC and the whole school of the Gibson Relays. Bishop Gibson, Mr. McCook, both deep in part of KC history. They've come through to put the number on the board at 44.36. 44.36. Great second leg by Nicoy Bramwell of Calabar. Here's the race one more time. Calabar out strongly, so too KC in number 6. KC catch up to Cornwall College and get to the first exchange first. Their first exchange a little bit slow, and look at Nicoy Bramwell of Calabar. That's Kingston College rampaging up the back straightaway. Little baton adjustment for the purple and white school, but by that time Bramwell had stormed the back straightaway and put Calabar in the hunt. A recovery for KC in the third leg, and when they came to the last exchange, there was a moment when it looked like Calabar or St. Jago might catch up, but left side of the picture, purple and white, Kingston College, untouchable, undeniable, KC. They're easing down near the end for Kingston College. There's more there. KC win, 44.36. Calabar under 45, 44.39. St. Jago under 45, 44.94. St. Catherine, 45.86. And another event where Digo, there's a season's record for the 4x1 class 3.
Yes, the excellent form of the athletes continue, and we must also give credit to the coaches, because it involves a lot of timing as to when to get the athletes ready to perform at their best when it's most important.
Class 3 4x1s, KC regained the ascendancy. They had 6 wins straight from 2015, 5 wins straight 2019. JC took charge last time, 2020, and won, and KC back in charge in the Class 3 boys 4x1. The last of the 4x1s of the entire meet. The boys Class 4 4x1s, and these ones, first year Class 3, bigger boys in their class, and the coaches treasure this event to give them a chance to get some race practice. And with fans in the stands, there's a touch of nerves if you're new to it. Many of them come through prep school and primary champs, but none of that the last couple of years because of COVID. So this, for many of them, a new experience. Here's the lineup. Wolmer's, Jamaica College, St. Jago, Calabar, Kingston College, Herbert Morrison Technical from Montego Bay, and Stets St. Elizabeth Technical. Boys Class 4 4x1. Calabar won 2 years ago, and the teams that dominate here, this is one of them. This is Herbert Morrison, won at the Western Relays. There was a KC baton error, And Herbert Morrison came through to win at 48.93. Not too much class 3, 4x1, so that's the time to beat. That's a season leader. Little bounce for KC. They'll want to make up for their baton mistake at Western Relays. This just about the last class 4 4x1 for the season, and they'll want to close out their short season with a win. They're in lane number 6.
We are hoping that sometime in the future we'll see class 4 boys as champs.
The record in class 4, 44-38 by the Calabar Dream Team. Wilson, Taylor, Heath, and Russell. The class 4 race gets off quickly though, and KC moving fast in the first leg. They come up to Herbert Morrison and go to the first exchange just about ahead. A slow change for KC. JC fly up past St. Jago on the back straightaway. It's KC. JC on the inside going well. A recovery on the second leg by St. Jago, but still KC have the advantage. The second change, slow for KC, and JC on the inside. St. Jago advance a bit, but still KC is clear. It's the Purples who lead the Blues, and the Monk Street men are third. It's KC on the inside, JC in the blue on the inside. A battle. KC, JC. KC edge forward and take command. It's Kingston College who come through to win the last 4x1. 45.98 in the clock downstairs for Kingston College. They make up for their mistake at Western Relays with a season leading class for 4x1 time. Unofficial now, 45.99 on the clock downstairs. Four by one for boys, complete. St. Jago 1, Calabar 1, KC 2.
Good spread. And the same thing happened with the women.
It did. Well, the young girls.
Yes. Yeah, correction. Thank you for that.
Yes. KC in the purple and white, Calabar in the green and the black, St. Jago the gold and the green, JC in the dark blue, little baton problems. These are the class 4s, of course, just learning about how it works at this level, and KC seem to have taken the lessons best. Leaford Grant, head coach at Kingston College, pays lots of attention to this group because he knows that this is where they're building forward. Yes. There's a huge statistic in the class 4 relays. Give it to you later. It's a KC statistic, and Kingston College hit the hammer, fast running all the way to the line, and a determined lean at the finish.
Hubert, enjoying the success of the older boys is quite fine, but one of the things that is critical, you need to see the train of development. So the schools where you see class 4, class 3 doing well, it speaks to the future, and it is of importance that you see the development coming along. We lost some time due to COVID, and that may affect a generation or two of sprinters, but based on the performances that we are seeing here, you start to wonder if COVID really had any effect on the training of these youngsters, because when you look at the performance in Tokyo, it was excellent. So you really wonder, what effect did COVID have on the preparation of the athletes?
Got some word on the Supernet. They're watching with great interest in Antigua. That's where Miguel Francis is from. And for those watching from that wonderful Caribbean island, stay tuned. Hope you're enjoying the Gibson McCook relays in 2022. Glad to have you viewing. So if you're in Antigua, elsewhere in the Caribbean, thanks for watching. Stay with us right through till when it's finished in the evening. The wonderful thing about meets like the Gibson McCook relays and the Penn relays is that it offers competition for every age group. This year, because of COVID, no preps and primaries this year. But the masters on the track now and about to get set. for the Masters men's 4x1.
So we're going from class 4 up to Masters. So it's an excellent span.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
I remember years ago in the US, Masters athletics was pretty big. I'm not sure what it is like today.
You know, sometimes you think about your life, you think, Lord have mercy. They're watching in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. And if you're watching from that wonderful part of the Caribbean, good afternoon. And hopefully you'll stay with us throughout the entire coverage of the 45th staging of the Gibson McCook relays. In the booth, Anthony ×2, Anthony Davis. He director of sports at UTEC for many a long year. Ran track there, made the Olympic team training there under Dennis Johnson, and Spanish Town man Anthony Lawrence with him. It's a name change.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's just the middle name.
Oh, okay.
Just the middle name. Just the middle name.
But it's a very common name.
Not fooling.
Yeah.
So the Masters men's 4x1 coming up, and that's on track in just a moment. The men are out there and have just been called to their blocks. Big men's long jump on the way as well. They're running opposite the direction of the straightaway in the 100 meters. Explosive Masters, Ebony Masters, Timekeepers Masters, Jamaica Elite Athletic, Big Brother, Elite, Jamaica Masters, and Express Masters on the outside. There's a very lively World Masters track and field circuit as well, Anthony. And over time, there have been people like Carl Laddie Smith, who has had the world record for the senior men's sprint hurdles. Sure, he's tuned in. He Olympic team member in 1984 in the 4 hurdles, former Calabar man. Good afternoon, Laddie. And that's lane 4. And that's the Jamaica Masters in lane number 4. You can tell from the beautiful colors on this team. Lane number 7, Jamaica Masters out fast, and so too Jamaica Elite Masters in that lovely black, green and gold strip. So it's the Jamaica Elite Masters looking good on the first leg, and shooting out beside them Big Brother Masters in the red, and Elite Masters going well too, and trying to hold on to them, Jamaica Elite. The Jamaica Elite team drops back on the chain just outside them, Big Brother going very well. That's Daniel England, former Calabar star, running the top curve in the red, and it's Elite, Jamaica Elite Masters come beside them. Their baton pass slow, and the team that includes Danny England flies away from them. Big Brother Masters, and Big Brother Masters takes care of business in this 4x1 and comes through to win. 45.80 on the clock downstairs for Big Brother Masters, who come through at 45.81, the Big Brother. And on the third leg, former Calabar star like Rupert Hoylett and Javon Francis, winners of the Class 1 400 3 times in a row, Dan England was, and his team in red, Big Brother, win the 4x1s at 45.82.
Very good race. It continues the excitement. And I'd just like to point out that while we spoke earlier about the possibility of rain, if you look towards the finish line, you will see the equipment already covered. So nobody's waiting if it's going to rain. They have been proactive. So in the event that there's no scampering to try and get things covered up, you know, congrats to the people who took that initiative.
Late arrival of the third leg runners for the teams on the inside, and that's Daniel England. Still has his Herb McKinley tutored sprint technique, rounds the curve nicely, keeps that inside leg toward the curve, a shout of stick or reach or ready, and he keeps on going after he passes the baton. And here's Jamaica honed sprint technique, high knees, a little tied near the end, a little cant backwards of the chin, then the shoulders, but the finish line is near. A little lean in for the finish for 45.82.
Yeah, a little bit more forward lean would make it that more efficient in sprinting.
Forward lean difficult. 4x1's finished. Season leading times in every event but one. And the fans who managed to get in really have had a serving of fine track and field so far. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you completely that, you know, that has been a contribution to everything that is happening here. Somebody sent me a message just now that because there are fewer meets, it could be, or it could result in less injuries. There is a point. I think they have a point.
1 second, Anthony. Big Brother Masters 45.82 to win. Jamaica Elite Masters 48.08, and Ebony Masters just outside 50 at 50.24.
Yeah, going back to the point about injuries, if you notice over the last couple of years, the number of injuries in the meetings seem to be significantly less. And because of that, what it tells you is that there's more information among the coaches. Coaches are better trained, and there, in some instances, there could be less emphasis on champs and preparing the athletes for champs, because ISA has taken steps to make sure that the athletes are not overworked. And this contributes to a reduction in injury, and ultimately that's what we want, because it lengthens the life of the athlete once you can go through with less injuries. I remember Herman Fraser, a famous 400-meter runner from the US. He never got injured his entire career, and he explained part of it was proper training, proper warm-up technique, and proper dieting. And I think that information is getting across to the athletes now. And having said that, we must also give credit to GC Foster as an institution for training the coaches. And if you notice, there are really no big schools, although I spoke about the top schools earlier. And so you find that the spread straight across the board, whether it's Rossies, Petersfield, Long Island, you name it, at Herbert Morrison, you can look and see quality performance coming from all these institutions, and that's because GC Foster graduates are all over the country.
Let's go through that. Some of the senior coaches back in history, late Jimmy Grant, KC, head coach at Iowa at the time of his death.
Yeah.
He was the head lecturer at GC Foster for a good time. I believe Maurice Westney, that man from Knox back there, he was there as senior lecturer over time. Yeah. Michael Clark,
lectured there.
He was head lecturer there for a long time,
yeah.
And now it's in the hands of Maurice Wilson.
Yes.
Others in there, Danny Hawthorne, all of them teaching debutant coaches the science, the know-how of better preparation of the athlete, and it's paying off for Jamaica.
And a lot of the coaches are friends, and you get the feeling that they freely exchange information. You know, people, and that is why it's also important that we have a data bank among the medical fraternity, so that they can document injuries and the treatment for injuries. And therefore you can always call to say, I have an athlete who is having this experience, how was it dealt with in the past? So all these things contribute to the success that we are seeing here today.
Next on track, they're getting set for the women's 100 meters, just one section. And take a chance now just to bring you up to date. If you happen just to turn the TV on or turn your streaming on, it's Erin Allen, a world high school record in the 4x1s for girls, 43.37. All I can say still is wow. Heidel, class 2 record, 44.63, with Reed and Hill, second and third leg. The third race, St. Diego, season leader, 45.70 in class 3 4x1s, and Edwin Allen with a second win of the 4-race sequence of 4x1s, 48.41, the fastest time this season. Sprint Tech, season leading for the women despite modest baton passing, 44.99, with the Racers Track Club winning the men's race over Sprint Tech, 38.89, with Sprint Tech at 39.1, and our season's best for Sprint Tech. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines team winning the B race at 40.02. St. Diego boys class 1 with Greg Prince running a splendiferous anchor leg, season leader, 40.26. Calabar, the only 4x1 race so far without a season leader, 42.19 in class 2. Kingston College winning class 3 and class 4 as they often do at this meet, 44.36 in Class 3, and 45.99, both the best times in the class so far in Class 4. So that's the season so far. Impressive running.
Hubert, as you spoke about St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we need to give a shout out to Mike Olivier, who worked at Stets for a number of years and produced some great athletes. And I think he's working in the Eastern Caribbean now, and we see a team from St. Vincent and the Grenadines coming, and we can expect to see more athletes from that region coming who may have had an impact from Mike being, returning to his homeland.
Yes, fantastic work by Mike Oliver at Stets. Bridget Foster Hilton, Denzel Morgan, Ian Weekly, Winsome Cole, all of them and more.
Winthrop Graham was from Stets.
Winthrop Graham Stets, all of them wearing the Jamaica colors. Graham, of course, still the Jamaica national record at 4 hurdles at 47.60 from, I think, 1992. So really something. It's been a busy morning, and to get here, and here's a look back at the race we saw so far. This is Tina Clayton to Brandy Hall in the first race of the afternoon under bright skies. Racing hard in second place, Heidel. The connection between Brandy Hall and Tia Clayton rehearsed since their class 4 days. Makanov can't catch up for Heidel, and thought they would hit the gas, and they did, all the way to a world high school record at 43.37. Reed screams the back straight away, gets the baton to Karika Hill, the 13.25 class 2 defending hurdles champion, and she flies around and comes through to give the baton on the anchor leg. I think that's Baker, and she takes off down the stretch and gives Heidel an equalizing win in the class 2 4x1s at 43.63, and St. Jago Kamoy Binga to Olivia St. John, second to third, and St. Jago sweeps by, takes care of business, gives Coach K, Kalanda Goldburn a win on Gibson the 4x1s, Bashana Lee Blake clear of Heidel and Edwin Allen, and St. Jago win it in 45.70. St. Jago win in Class 3. Class 4 now, and Edwin Allen behind at the final exchange. Heidel well in command, and then this happens. A bullet anchor leg. She comes through, drives all the way, goes past Heidel, goes into clear space, and puts down a season-leading 48.41 on the clock for Heidel. Anastasia Leroy, fast at Homewood and fast for some decades now at Sprint Tech, connects with Sasha Lee Forbes. Forbes busy, smooth on the curve, and she's well clear of the competition, and she comes in, makes the exchange to Ashley Williams. A little hesitation on the pass by the senior ladies, but no trouble to win, and they come through with a season-leading time. The men, Rashid Dwyer to Rodney, Brendan Rodney, and Zonald Hughes, the European 100 champion, wires around the curve, but Rodney doesn't let him go. The final change by Sprint Tech, hesitation, and Miguel Francis pounces, gets past Demish Gay, and flies off to win it at 38.89, a season-leading time for the men. Class 1 boys, JC, a mishap for Stets in the blue and the gold. That's really unfortunate. JC have the lead, St. Catherine right with them. They've got a great team in Class 1, and then suddenly a bullet gets fired out of the gun in lane number 8, and Greg Prince comes past Edwin Allen, comes past KC, comes past St. Catherine, and blows past JC. They look across. Bravado among sprinters common. St. Jago win 40.26. Class 2, Calabar, passing the best through the 3 legs. Excels on the outside. KC coming, but it's Calabar, Herb McKinley, Dennis Johnson, so many great ones, and Calabar come through. They've got a step over KC, and they keep it all the way to the finish to win. Season leading time not done here, 42.19. JC dropped the baton on the first exchange. Nicoy Bramwell, Calabar in Class 3, a revelation, cleans the backstretch for his team, and puts Calabar in the advantageous position, but on the outside, that school in purple and white makes the last exchange just about in the lead. A little look back for Calabar and KC, but then KC take care of business. Fastest time in Class 3 this season, modest 44.36 KC win, comfortable. And in Class 4, the last of the high school 4x1s for boys. A little stutter for JC. Casey far on the outside. They dropped the baton at the Western Relays, but here, never looked challenged. Good third leg by JC, but it's Kingston College again passing safely, and JC, a mighty force, the 2021 boys champions, trying to challenge, but KC go 2 straight in class 3 and in class 4. The Masters, the team in black, green and gold, Jamaica Elite Masters, but the big brothers gets the baton to former Calabar star, won the 400 class 1 in 1988, 1989 and 1990. Danny England, the little warrior, great baton pass. The elite Jamaica Masters team messes up the last exchange, and the big brothers take care of business and win the race comfortably to close out their 4x1 effort. A little look back on what's gone so far on the track, and Anthony, is there any one thing that jumps out in your mind?
The general standard of the teams. There are really no teams that is totally outclassed, and I think that is of significance to me. The general standard straight across the board. While Edwin Allen has been outstanding, we also have to look to see what the other schools are doing.
We're going to look some more when we come back from a short break from our coverage of the 45th Gibson McCook Relays. We'll be right back.
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision, now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will not let go of this vision. We will grow. We will overcome these challenging times and look to the future with hope and positivity. These are special times. The world as we know it has changed, but home will always be in our hearts. And in Jamaica, you can always find a home. Think you know Jamaica? Look again. You will be surprised.
What if they knew that you abused her? Her family?
Mr. Jones.
And your colleagues, how will they look at an abuser? When the law comes knocking, you'll have nowhere to run.
Mr. Brown, you're under arrest. Please get up, hands behind your head and interlock your fingers.
Turn your back on abusers. Report gender-based violence to the police. There's no excuse for abuse. Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs at 876-754-8577.
Brutality isn't a legality. There's no rationality as to why this abnormality should become a mentality. A mentality which kills and tortures. Are you really telling me you're afraid to speak up because you might be called an informer? Let us break the barrier of brutality and enforce it with alacrity. If you know someone who has been victimized, I charge you to interrupt their situations before their O. Oppressor continues to L, lurk in their lives. Let us E, extend our hands to our brothers and sisters who are being victimized, and N, never see violent acts and ignore them. Let us C, come together and be the E, example, so we may end a barrier on brutality.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Crime is Jamaica's #1 threat. As we stay apart while working together to fight COVID-19, we must all live good and unite against crime and violence in Jamaica. Live good means talk it out, don't fight it out. We must live good to build a safe Jamaica. Stay home, stay safe, live good.
Reduce your risk of viral illnesses like the flu and coronavirus. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water. Cover your nose and mouth when coughing with a tissue and dispose of it. Avoid close contact with anyone with the cold or flu-like symptoms. If you think you've been exposed to COVID-19, stay home. Self-isolate immediately and call 888-1-LOVE. That's 888-663-5683. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
We work to make communities safer by essentially looking at the structures in the community that contribute greatest to social capital building. Try to reinforce, build, and establish those structures in a way that the community can sustain their own safety and own their own peace. When we say, for instance, we're doing a zinc fence removal program, what we're really doing is improving the line of sight. If you're on the street and you can see better what is behind the fences, then as you walk along the street or children play and etc., you're able to contribute to crime prevention. We believe in terms of our mandate and our responsibility that by making communities safer, we can make Jamaica safer.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
I'm saying to every single Jamaican, you will decide how this pandemic ends. If you wear your mask, if you maintain the physical distance, and if you decide to take the vaccines when it is your time, the pandemic will end. But if in frustration or just ignorance, we do not take responsibility, then the pandemic could end badly, including the loss of more lives.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Sometimes it really feels like hope has left us with no option, and then sometimes we get so caught up in what we think life should be. Feel we lost it all. Our hearts become slowly feeling so much pain that we can't see past the stormy weather, but it'll get better, 'cause we are strong. can make it through every single day. Every single day. Fearless we are great, yes we are. We can make it through every single day. Strong, yes we are. Powerful, yes we are. We can make it through every single day. Fearless we are great, yes we are. We can make it through every single thing. Sometimes it doesn't feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and I know that we get confused when things are not under control, and although we can't see into the future, and we've got plans, and it hurts when things don't go our way, but we can say that we are stronger than any obstacle. Yes, we are braver than what we've been taught. Strong, yes we are. Powerful, yes we are. We can make it through every single thing. Fearless we are great, yes we are. We can make it through every single thing. Strong, yes we are. Powerful, yes we are. We can make it through every single thing. Fearless we are great, yes we are. We can make it through every single thing. Strong, yes we are. Powerful, yes we are. We can make it through every single thing. Fearless we are great, yes we are. We can make it through every little thing.
This message was brought to you by Not Nice Records.
It is very unusual to get COVID after you take the vaccine. But of course, if you've only taken your first dose and you're within 2 to 4 weeks, then your body has not responded fully to the vaccine dose yet. And if you're exposed to COVID, you could get it. Once you get both doses of the vaccine, then you are certainly protected against severe COVID. Very few persons may get infected or mild symptoms, but most people will not get severe COVID, will not need to go to hospital, and they will not die from COVID.
Coding and programming share the same language, so I got more interested because of programming. Because a couple of years ago, I did wanted to do programming at VTDI.
COVID has stressed me. Do take the vaccine.
And through it all, our healthcare workers have been the real MVPs tackling COVID-19. Caring for you is our priority. As frontliners in the pandemic, they got vaccinated.
I got the vax. I had to protect myself so that I can protect you. No, sir?
Me
stop fret because my vax up.
I made sure my mom and I got the vaccine. Protection is key.
Me, vax up, me stop fret.
Fam, help us protect you,
your family and friends.
So should you.
Enough now. Take the vaccine.
Get vaccinated. Get back to life.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Our children have been out of school for a year and a half. The impact on their education is significant and it will be long-lasting. As a responsible government, we cannot place the education of your children, our children, at risk. There is a ray of hope, and that hope comes in the form of the vaccine.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
A major area in high school for me was IT and EDPM. I did that for 2 years, and from then I realized that there was a drive for more of technology. So I decided to take this step.
Crime is Jamaica's #1 threat. As we stay apart while working together to fight COVID-19, we must all live good and unite against crime and violence in Jamaica. Live good means talk it out, don't fight it out. We must live good to build a safe Jamaica. Stay home, stay safe, live good.
We work to make communities safer by essentially looking at the structures in the community that contribute greatest to social capital building. Try to reinforce, build, and establish those structures in a way that the community can sustain their own safety and own their own peace. When we say, for instance, we're doing a zinc fence removal program, what we're really doing is improving the line of sight. If you're on the street and you can see better what is behind the fences, then as you walk along the street or children play on, etc., you're able to contribute to crime prevention. We believe, in terms of our mandate and our responsibility, that by making communities safer, we can make Jamaica safer.
Here is a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5.
The way we treat our children directly impacts what they believe about themselves.
That was a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5.
Reduce your risk of viral illnesses like the flu and coronavirus. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water. Cover your nose and mouth when coughing with a tissue and dispose of it. Avoid close contact with anyone with the cold or flu-like symptoms. If you think you've been exposed to COVID-19, stay home. Self-isolate immediately and call 888-1-LOVE. That's 888-663-5683. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Jamaica is a beautiful place. Our people have a beautiful spirit, but we are too aggressive, and the way we interact with our friends and neighbors, I genuinely believe that we have the capacity to deal with this problem of violence. But it's going to take all of us. It's going to take every organized group of Jamaicans that we fundamentally reject violence. Violence has no place in a modern society.
If ever there was a time to take care of your mental health, it is now.
Now, when your physical health so clearly impacts your emotional health.
Now, when we need to talk and listen to each other.
Now, when supporting each other means survival.
Now, in a time of COVID-19.
Speak up. Speak now.
Beat COVID-19.
Call 888-NEW-LIFE. 639-5433.
Here is a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5. If you want your children to improve, let them overhear the nice things you say about them to others. That was a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5.
Hello, Jamaica. I'm Dion Miller. It's unbelievable to me whenever I buck up somebody who is still asking if COVID-19 is real. Because my doctor died of COVID-19. I had COVID recently and it was a severe case. Most of my lungs were affected. I am so grateful to be alive. Take COVID seriously, guys. Some people won't be affected, that's true, but others may have long-term effects and some people will die. Let's do all we can to protect ourselves and to protect others.
A message endorsed by the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
This is our home, Jamaica, and tourism is the lifeblood of our country. Let's all feel good again. Whether with family or friends, we want you to enjoy your staycation.
We have to ensure that they are comfortable, they feel well protected.
New standards are in place to ensure your safety. We are here to serve you better, so you can have the best experience. Come out and rediscover Jamaica.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready.
Rediscover Jamaica.
Heartbeat of the world.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The best indicator of Jamaica's capacity in managing the health system would be the number of beds that we have. And we have to be very careful about how we as a country loosen our measures, because very rapidly this virus could spread and the number of beds that we have could easily be used up. That would throw us into a crisis. It was not so long ago, in February, that we approached that crisis level. We do not want to get there again.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Do you have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae.
slowly. Hickling, Scarlett, and Smith. The tall lady is Tashana Hickling, the Pan Am Games long jump bronze medalist, and she eases out to the pack and comes through to take that heat. 11.86 for the outstanding long jumper. Went to St. Diego for high school, spent some time at GC Foster Sprint Tech, and now has moved over to Ricketts Performance. Trains alongside Shanika Ricketts, the World Championship silver triple jumper. If you're just joining in, welcome back. We're here at the National Stadium. We're watching the ladies 100 meters, and walking back that tall lady is Tashana Hickling. She's second in from the right-hand side, and you can see she gets out nicely and smoothly in the 100 meters, and though others are sprinting fast around her, she stays cool and completes the trip in 11.86. Pan Am bronze in the long jump in 2019, and she trains alongside Shanika Ricketts, the world triple jump runner-up from 2019 in Doha, and wins the women's 100. Just one section of the women's 100, and go now to the men's 100. A few more sections of that event compared to the women. Some of our best women, of course, overseas seeking World Indoor Championship qualifiers. And this is the first heat coming up. Leo Powell, Jaheim Diosi, Demario Gullop, Earl Simmons, Vashwani Silvera, and Darren Pirat. The men's 100. Last time I was here, Zonal Hughes won the 100 in a very crisp time. I think it was 2018, 10.01. Went on to a fine season, became European champion. And here's a men's. And it's, you know, we read timed final, but timed sections. Anthony,
yeah.
If we're going to pick nits at it.
Yes.
And sometimes we do.
But what the seeding is important, although it's time final. Yeah, so.
And two different ways to do it, of course. One is to, if it's to go to another round,
yeah,
you spread it out so you've got good people in every heat. And if it's just entertainment with no second round, it sort of builds up to a crescendo with the fastest people in the last one. This is Leo Powell lined up in lane number 1. Jaheim Diosi of GC Foster 242, the tall man. Demario Gullop kneels down, red tights. Earl Simmons, lane number 4. Vashwani Silvera, lane number 5. That's 4. That's Simmons. 5 men out there. Silvera, part of the GC Foster 4x1 in lane number 5. And I think for the first time today, there is something approximating a false start.
Yes.
And I say approximating because it could be something else that has caused an unfair set of situations. And the replay shows us that maybe some early moves in lane number 1. But let me stay away from it until the world-class start crew does its job.
Your choice of words is most appropriate and very, very safe.
Yes, I'm not a cricketer. No swiping outside the line of the ball in this case.
Absolutely not. And, you know, I'm looking at the equipment on the track and I'm thinking how far we have come. And while the performance of the athletes gets better every year, it is pleasing to see an improvement in the equipment being provided for them, which meets world-class standard.
Yes, and it's world-class athletics. That's the Bruce James group, and quite a number of good groups in Jamaica, but that's one of them. And Powell out, unfortunate. He won't get to run. His chance disappears. Second try at the men's 100 meters, a good start in lane 2 by Diosi. He has the lead. Beside him, Simmons comes by and gets past him and takes care of business in 10.85. So it's Earl Simmons, I think that is, who comes through to win. Caution after a false start makes everyone sit in the blocks, and he comes, Anthony, flying at the end.
Yes, absolutely. Got a decent start. His acceleration was pretty good.
Gallop of Ricketts' performance in the black and the red, and beside him Simmons, who catches him at 70 meters and keeps on going. His technique was really good, and Vashwani Silveira edges into second.
And something for young athletes to note, you do not have to be the fastest starter. What you need to do is to start efficiently, because every body type is completely different. So by starting efficiently, you can maximize your effort in the race. It doesn't matter whether you leave the block first or not.
You sound like Dennis Johnson. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Second heat coming up. And of course, the Jamaican record is the world record and has been so since 2005. As Safa Powell setting the world record, taking it home to Jamaica at 9.77 in Greece in 2005. Went 9.74 after that, and then Usain Bolt took it down a couple of times. It stands now at 9.58. That's setting the world champs in 2009 in Berlin in the Olympic Stadium. And Jamaica, a giant in men's sprinting. Herb McKinley second in 1952 in the Olympic Games. Lennox Miller second in 68, third in 72. Donald Quarry second in 76. Raymond Stewart finals 84, 88, 92. Michael Green in the finals 1996. Asafa Powell in the finals 2004. And then the Bolt years begin. Bolt, Asafa, Michael Freight in the final in 2008. Bolt and Blake first and second 2012. Bolt wins 2016. The only man in history to win the Olympic 100 3 times. So.
Did you mention Ray Stewart making the finals in all it? Yeah.
84, 88, 92. I think he made 5 world champs finals.
Yes.
The first Jamaican to go sub 10 in the 100 meters. So, good morning, Raymond. Sure, he's tuned in to the broadcast.
I think so.
Getting set for the men's 100 meters. 10.85 the time to beat. These are time sections. This is section number 2. James, White, Brown, Rollins, Grant, Primus, and Dacus. And for the second race in a row, something happens to have the sprinters walk out and walk back. What did you see?
I'm a little surprised. I'm not sure what happened, but he seemed to have left the block pretty early.
Yes.
But with the new starting system and the reaction time, one has to be careful, and that's why I applaud your choice of words. Because there are so many things that can affect the start of a race, so you have to be careful about how you say somebody false started.
Yes. And of course you have to choose your words carefully sometimes. Of course, legendary Donald Quarry, silver in the 176, 3 times a Commonwealth 100 champion. Track and Field News voted him the best sprint of the 1970s. 71 this week, February the 25th. That was yesterday. Happy birthday, legendary DQ. He, one of the best sprinters of all time.
That's true. And it's important to advise the listeners, really, that false start in today's world doesn't necessarily mean that you left the blocks early, because the pedals on the blocks are pressure sensitive. Simply easing the pressure.
And when they started, you could see the wires out to the back of the blocks. You look at this picture, all wireless now, little antennas in front of the speakers on the block. So
yes.
it's Wi-Fi. It's
yes.
Wi-Fi sensing the pressure on the block pads and sending a signal back to the starter and to the equipment if someone applies pressure in an attempt to start before 1/10 of a second elapses.
Yes.
False start. There's pressure on the blocks early.
Okay.
Wow. Men's 100 in progress. Heat number 2. James White, Washington Brown, formerly of Cornwall. Grant. Wow.
But a part of the protocol of starting, you know, is that sometimes if you are down too long, it affects the concentration of some athletes.
Looks like Javon Rollins.
One has to be very focused. And you spoke about a wireless system, Hubert. It speaks to research and technology going into sports, which is no less than any other industry. And there's constant improvement on just about every bit of equipment, because you remember back in the days, you would have people stretching measuring tapes to measure all the jumping events or throwing events. Now they're using laser. Far more accurate, you know, far more professional. People are getting involved in the administration of the sport.
Anthony, who do we have left now? James White, Brown, no Rollins, no Grant, Primus, and Dacus in lane number 7. 5 faces starting now. They're out together. On the inside, going well is Jordan James, coming past from Javon White, and White from GC Foster has the lead. It's Javon White who wins the second section, and his time 10:59, so he takes the lead in the men's 100 meters. Ran on the 4x1 earlier on, and has come back sharp for the 100. Checks out his right calf, but Javon White, GC Foster, the time rounded up to 10:61. He takes the lead in the 100 meters, and heat 3. To win the event, they'll have to go faster than 10.61. There's a start again on the inside, out quickly, and Javon White takes over, vigorous arm swing, nice high knees, and consistent concentration all the way to the finish.
And this is the point that I made earlier. In the days, you could look at some sprinters and know where they're from. People running with high knees, arm action, you almost equate them entirely with coming from cars. The information is straight across the board now, so you can no longer look at people's form
and tell
easily where they are from.
1 second, Anthony. Saj Primus 10.82, 4th place. Jordan James 10.81, 3rd. Andre Dacus 10.81, and the winner of section 2. And in the lead now, Javon White, GC Foster 10.61.
Yeah, earlier we gave credit to GC Foster with the training of the coaches. I think it's important that we also should give credit to UWI, because they have had their medical facilities for years. They have branched off into sports medicine, because hopefully at some point in time we can treat all our sportsmen locally without having to fly them all over the world to get treatment. So we have the equipment here, we have the expertise here, and our Sports Medicine Association, which is an official body up and running now, you know, encompassing massage therapists, physical therapists, can provide the support that the athletes need in going forward.
Here's the last heat. Ocean Bailey in pole position, lane number 4. In lane 2, Makeesh Compton, the former Curved champion. And on the outside, Eddie McPherson. Every race in the men's 100 has had miscues, and I just wonder, what is it happening to the sprinters out there? What are they hearing that's making us have all these miscues in the 100?
Part of it is anticipation, rather than wait in the blocks and report at the sound of the pistol, because the respect they have for each other. Everybody's trying to get a step on the other athlete, which is absolutely not necessary. That's how you end up false starting, because because of the pressure-sensitive blocks, you cannot get out. You can't get a flyer. That's no longer an option. So the best thing to do is to train the athletes, and these seniors would have been in the business for a couple of years. Here is somebody seemingly walking across, going to see for himself.
Looks like McPherson.
The reading, but the machine is pretty accurate. No, he's gone. I think it seems as if he has accepted the ruling.
Bailey, lane number 4. Safe start the third time around in the men's 100 meters. Close going. And Bailey gets ahead of Compton and goes 10.48. That's the fastest time in the sequence of the men's 100 meters. Now Shane Bailey, the 2010 Commonwealth finalist, part of big Jamaica relay squads in the past as well, has stuck around at it. 10.48 is personal best in the 100. 10.11 goes back to 2010 as a win dated 10.06 to his credit from 2012. Former Calabar sprinter, part of the second team to go sub-40 in the high school boys football one in Jamaica. Calabar with Ramon McKenzie and Roderick Tennant, and a fine group of young sprinters back then. And here has Compton beside him, the former Carifta champion, but Bailey smooth and consistent, and for a short man, wide open strides, a nice clean sprint technique, nice and relaxed, jaws jangling a little bit, and he comes and deals with it in 10.48.
He's exceptionally smooth. I'm impressed with his form.
10.48 O'Shane Bailey. Makeesh Compton 10.70, trains at GC Foster, and everyone else there either dropped out or got knocked out on false starts. There's a name there, number 4, Tariq Stennett. A couple of years ago, 2020, anchored Kingston College to victory in the boys class 1 4x1, a star from class 3, and now, at it again in the senior ranks. So let's watch that name, Tariq Stennett. Very fast young man.
As they say, someone to look out for.
Someone to look out for, Anthony. I'm fighting the urge to call you Digo. On handcuffs.
Yes.
I want to go home when the meet is finished.
Oh, okay.
Little Drizzle.
That's a nickname from Cast.
From Cast.
Yeah.
Some umbrellas out. You can see them around the place. There are some fans in the bleachers, just a handful of them. Some in little grandstand we saw a while ago. But here inside the grandstand, you can see the drizzle wafting down inside the stadium here. And these fans in, 10,000 fans allowed to come in, got the green light to come in, and quite a few of them are here watching the Gibson McCook relays. Here's the women's 100 meters, and you can see the tall, long jumper, Tisana Hickling. Now Ricketts' performance comes away to win, 11.86, a speed workout for her. Heat 1 of the men's 100 meters, and a little bit of a battle. It comes through to set the tone for the event at 10.85, and they move to heat number 2. In heat number 2, look at lane number 2. Javon White, GC Foster, powerful, muscular, clean sprinting, comes through to win number 2 at 10.59, and after several miscues, the final heat on the inside, Makeesh Compton, former Carifta champion, and O'Shane Bailey. Anthony called him exceptionally smooth. We'll jump down to trackside right now.
O'Shane, 10.41, the fastest time of all 3 races. You will come out as the winner. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty satisfied with the winner. Yeah.
Anything you would have changed?
Well, no, I come here with a game plan today and execute the race, so I want to execute it. But the false start threw me off a little, so I have to refocus and come again.
What was your preparation like coming into the race?
Well, pretty good. Really, I feel really good today, but through the condition, I couldn't push it.
All right, thank you so much, O'Shane.
Thank you very much. That's O'Shane Bailey shutting it down after a smooth run in the men's 100 meters. He was in section 3, had the fastest time, 10.48. Someone smooth coming up in the women's 400 now. It's Khalees Carter, former Kelly Spencer. She twice a world finalist and the Commonwealth champion. She out in the track to run 400 meters, and that's coming up next.
Hubert, I think we should apologize to the viewers. The high jump is in progress, but from where we are, it's a little challenging reading the display.
Saw the men's high jump go by with Lushane Wilson jumping at 2:23, and the women's high jump is going. We'll give you some highlights of that as we go through with this broadcast. We're on track with the women's 400 meters, and yes, Diego, and the high jumpers have, that's Kelly Spencer, I think. No, Simoya Campbell Johnson. She outstanding for the school known as Alphonsus Davis Spaldings, and Siranda Banda of the MVP. You probably know her quite well from your days at UTEC. She's an Indian short sprinter working on her strength at 400 meters today. So looking forward to seeing how she does over 400 meters. On number 4, that's Simoya Campbell, 5:36. Christine Day, tacky to MVP. Commonwealth bronze in 2014, 4th in the World Champ 2015, 50.16 and part of the World Champion 4x4 team in Beijing in 2015. Had a cramp at GC First a couple of weeks ago. Much concern for her, but she fine and recovered, just like Greg Prince. So sometimes the cramps come and they pass and you're fine, and that's beautiful.
Even for people who are not athletes, sometimes you're stretching in your bed and you get cramps, or you bend a particular way, you get cramps. So
first time I thought I was getting old, Nigo, I was at the movies at Carib and stretched my hands back here, crack, crack, crack round the back.
Yeah.
I said, whoa, what is that? Coming up the lane draws. Richards, James, Nanda, Khalees Carter, Campbell Johnson, Christine Day, Plummer, and Harris, women's 400 meters. The call issued for the ladies to go to their marks. The meet record 51.23 in 2014 by Steph McPherson, the Olympic finalist in Tokyo last year. She's gone 51.36 for 400 indoors just these last few days, and with the rain coming down more heavily, they get started at 400 meters. Don't see Khalees Spencer out there, and can see Simoya Campbell taking her time. Looks like Christine Day going up quite fast on the back straight. So Christine Day in the white top and the black shorts takes command on the back straight away. Nanda on the inside tries to go with her, but can't keep up with the World Championship 4th place from 2015. Christine Day, Taki High School to UTEC to MVP, and Nanda coming up on the inside. It's Day who gets to the straightaway first. Nanda in that pink top starts to gain on the Jamaican. Day 35 goes for the arms, starts to push. Nanda keeps going but can't quite connect. It's Christine Day chased by Nanda, and Christine Day, will she just about survive? It's close at the finish, but Day just gets there in 54.01 with Nanda close at second. The straightaway was tough. Sometimes the rain pouring into your face can be an annoyance, but Christine Day gets the win in splashy conditions in the women's 400.
In similar conditions, this is when the character of the athletes come to the fore. It is raining in all 8 lanes, and the question is who can ignore the rain and focus on their event and not worry about external conditions which they have no control over.
Christine Day with no control over the conditions her mind to win, and here she rounds the top curve, turns into the straightaway full of run, and you see the expression change as the rain starts to hit her in her face, and tries to concentrate, keeps the leg stride wide open, arms cranking, The legs at the top of the screen is Nanda. She's tracking and trying to catch up to the outstanding Christine Day, who holds on to the finish at 54.04. Close racing. Here are the times adjusted to 54.04. Nanda close, 54.08. And Simoya Campbell-Johnson, 815, coming around at 55.31. That could be big. She was World Student Games runner-up at 800 meters, Simoya Campbell. Olympian, World Championship competitor. Lots of injuries, but is on the way back at 55.31. Watch that space. The men's 400 has one of the oldest records at Gibson McCook. It's 45.5 by Bert Cameron in 1984. He was world champion back then and went on to run some famous races in the Olympic Games in 84. Saw him on track celebrating with the San Diego Class 1 4x1 team, and his record still stands. That's Demar Murray. Went to Doha as a relay reserve from a Veertech man and Sprint Tech man now, and he might be one of the men to watch in this race. Men's 400. Dwayne Webb, Mikel Nager, Malik James King. There he is, 5:03. Akani Slater, lane number 4. GC Foster, Demar Murray. Saw him on screen. Jaheel Hyde, Olympian, semi-finals at 4 hurdles in 2021. And Tyrese Taylor, former Enid Bennett and Veertech 800 man. And on the outside, Delano Kelly.
As I see the rain pouring, I reflect on sometimes in Birmingham or other places in Europe where it's pouring down but very cold. So it's raining here, but the athletes have the, call it luxury, of still being warm.
Off they go in the boy men's 400 meters, and speed on the outside in this 400 meters. It's like Tyrese Taylor, who runs hard up the back straight, is second from the outside. Kennedy just outside him. Murray cranking, he's in the picture, running comfortably through 200 meters. Murray quickens in the dark outfit. Outside him, that's like just inside him, Jaheel Hyde. But Murray takes over. On the outside, Kennedy, Edwin Allen. Beside him, Tyrese Taylor from a Veertech man. Coming forward, Malik James King of the Calabar Dream Team a couple of years ago, drives past Murray and flies in at the very end to win it. A flying finish, 46.92 for Malik James King, World Junior 4 hurdles finalist in 2018, and part of the Calabar team that ran 303.79 for 4x4 at Penn in 2018. Jamaican high school 4x4 record, and Malik James King, there he is, from a Calabar man. If you see his chest, you'll see Legacy. That's a track club based at Calabar with expert sprint coach Omar Hawes as a technical leader there. Second look at it, Malik James King, lane 3 in the black.
Yeah.
Malik James King always runs his first 200 gently and under control, and you see him way back, far behind Demar Murray in the dark suit in the middle, and far behind the men on the outside. Kennedy in the sky blue, that's Demar Murray from a Veertech star, and this is them turning into the straightaway. 3 men in the picture. Malik James King bursting on the left hand side, and down the stretch, he's dynamite in the last 100. Murray on the inside, James King, number 503, focused on the finish, blows past Murray, arms pouring him forward, sub 47 in the rain at the end of February. Maybe there's more there for Malik James King. 46.93, Murray 47.39, Kennedy, Edwin Allen schoolboy, 47.72.
You spoke about Legacy coming on board, and although we do have clubs in Western Jamaica, it would be good to see if we can have clubs with that kind of structure being duplicated, you know, in the middle of the island and in certainly in the western section.
There is Atletico Union out in the west, but you're right. Could do it a lot more. Who knows? Maybe someone at Sam Sharp Teachers College where they've got a sports area and a lot of tradition. Maybe that could be the place. Montego Bay College.
It's always good to have a real base, and the model of UTEC MVP is pretty much duplicated at GC Foster and UWI. If we have the same thing in the West, and you're perfectly right, whether Sam Sharp, whether Mobay Community College, whether it's Case in the East, this is the kind of model where you merge a collegiate program and allow seniors who are outside of the school system to come in and train. So there is stability because you have a venue, and pretty much trying to get sponsor would be a little easier than for some persons trying to set up a club on their own, because having a home can be difficult.
And of course, you know, they're watching all over as we look back at the women's 400 meters. Christine Day gets out very fast. She's in lane number 6, closes the stagger on those outside her, and moves strongly down the back straight away. 35, Anthony, spoke to her a few times, wants to get everything out of her body in track and field, and wants to make one more try. She's in Rio for the Olympic Games, didn't make the 2021 Olympic team, but knows she's got something more to give. Here she is, coming into the straightaway off the top turn.
So not only that, but she has the experience behind her. So she has the experience behind her, so she can actually get more out of her body.
Here she is, finishing hard for 54.01. Nanda coming up close at the end at 54.08 to wrap up the women's 400 meters. The men's 400 featured a grandstand finish by Malik James King. He's in the black in lane 3, got off slowly, but Anthony finished really fast.
There is a feeling that if you start fast, you won't finish fast. Right? And therefore, sometimes when people speak about an athlete coming on strongly at the end, it is because they may not have started as fast as another athlete. But the finish was strong, and what it speaks to is your ability to time your race, when to make your move.
I had a lesson from Rupert Hoylett, the phenomenal one. He won the Class 1 400 in 1963, 64 and 65 at Chelmsford Kingston College, and made the Jamaican Olympic team as a schoolboy in 64 to Tokyo. He said to me, you're going to be tired coming home anyway. So use your energy when you're fresh and train so you can hold on down the stretch. So sure, Sir Rupert is tuned in. Good morning, Sir Rupert. And he, the phenomenal one, 3 wins, and that time champs just a tight 3-day schedule with 200, 400, 800, 4x4x4 in packed in, and he was so good. Lowered the record in Class 1 every single year.
Do you remember an athlete, Fred Newhouse?
Fred Newhouse.
He would always go out very fast, and I remember being in a discussion with Dennis at the time when he, in 76, he wanted to see what would happen with an athlete who goes out fast for the first 200 and compared to what Juan Torina does, where he literally jogs the first 100 and then run a hard 300.
Looks like these young ladies are coming up for the medley relays. They're coming up next on the running schedule, and I think that's the girls' team. No men's medley. The girls are coming up now, and little drizzle. How does that affect the preparation for the athletes? How, what should they do to make sure they stay safe?
Well, in most cases, I think they will have wetsuits, rain suits, in addition to their sweatsuit. So it's a question of trying to dress properly and keep warm, because the conditions affect just about everyone. So make sure you stretch properly and just do not stand around for any long period. Keep moving, because it is colder than normal.
Not too many medleys run this season. Only at the Western Relays were there medleys for high school boys and high school girls. None at the Camperdown Classic, so this race kind of a mystery.
Yeah, it's a challenge for schools qualifying, but at ISA has a system where they accept almost all entries for the medley, because it is not a popular event that is run in many meetings across the country.
I think that this one is one of the big championship events at the Gibson McCook Relays, and therefore it presents another issue. Do you run your champs team, which would hold out your best runners who are ineligible at champs, or do you run the best school in the team and try and go for the jackpot? That's what we'll see sorted out here on the track today.
Most definitely, and there are several coaches who are very tactical. They don't want to show their hands too early, so sometimes you have to be careful when you look at some of the results, because you're not sure the combination of athletes that was used.
Yes, coming up now. Edna won the first one, then the Queens, and drizzle comes down. Athletes homeward from the cool hills of Manchester, they'll be okay. Edwin Allen from the cool hills of Clarendon, they'll be okay. And
you notice the athletes are making a lot of effort to keep the baton dry.
Very important. The record in the event set 2 years ago at the last Gibson McCook Relays at 4 minutes 0.16 seconds. Edna Allen second on that day, 4 minutes 0.42. The record the year before by the Queen School, 4 minutes 0.83. Excelsior were fifth last time 2 years ago. They're in this final now and going through to get set. Lining up in lane in the first legs, ladies running 400 meters. The middle legs are both 200 meters and the anchor leg 800. It's a 1600 meter sprint medley. If you go to the pen relays, a slightly different order, 200s, 200, 400, 800. But for as long as I've ever been reading about the medley in Jamaica, 400, the 200s in the middle, Anchorman 800.
I think the high school medley is different from the collegiate medley.
All-weather track. Its value proven here. No muddy spots where you run into a little soft grass turning into mud. This is all consistent surfaces, and we get set now. Excelsior there, lining up to get going, and we'll see what the contrast is. Will the schools go flat out with the best teams in the school, or will they do something else? Here's the lineup: St. Jago, Edwin Allen, the Queens, Excelsior, Homewood Tech, Vertech, St. Catherine, and St. Mary High School on the outside. Fans moving high up in the grandstand, and it's like Anishka McDonald out there in the gold and the green. St. Jago in the high jump. She's jumped over 175 this season. You can see her left side to the apron, her run up very direct and straight. The bar at 1 meter 80. She's number 660, taking a second attempt at 1.80. Here she comes in with the pink spikes, circles in, and drags the bar off with her calves as the ladies get set for the medley final. All finals on the track. No heats this morning. And here's the field. Highdale lane number 7. From this angle, looked like St. Catherine High. But that's Heidel, lane number 7, and they get going. Good afternoon, welcome. This is the Gibson McCook Relays, Hubert Lawrence and Anthony Davis. You're tuning in just in time for the girls medley. The first leg is 400 meters, and the starter looks them over one last time and raises the gun into the air. St. Jago, Edwin Allen, the Queen School, Excelsior, Homewood Tech, Vertech, Heidel, and St. Mary High on the outside. St. Mary High, winners of Girls Champs twice in the 1970s, have a good start on the outside. Homewood looking good, tracking in lane number 5. Just outside them, Vertech. St. Jago well back on the inside as Edwin Allen also make progress on the 400 leg. It's St. Mary High just beginning to hit the wall at the top of the curve, and Vertech in their version of green and gold start to take charge as they turn into the grandstand straightaway. They're running in front of a crowd that has grown over the last hour or so, and it's Vertech, Hayes and Clarendon, 22 times girls champions, who make the best progress. Vertech, and they've got command of the movement on the first leg, and it's Vertech, 54.5 for the first lap for Vertech, and Vertech, they've got Chris Harley on their coaching squad. He part of the Woolmer's coaching team that won champs in 2010, and it's Vertech who wire away from the field, Anthony Davis, with a commanding lead.
A very impressive lead. I don't see them giving up that lead really, but remember, things do change at times. Especially once you get down to the final leg.
Once you get down to the 800 leg, and it's Vertech who are way out in front. Vertech flying. They're listening in England and in New York and in Virginia and St. Vincent the Grenadines, and they're watching Vertech fly through. Bethany Bridge flying for Edwin Allen on the second 200 leg, and it's Vertech who get there first. The clock stops at 1:44 flat for Vertech at the start of the 800 leg, and look out for Edwin Allen. Normally they're the best team at 800 meters, and if they're this close, they're 10 meters back, they've got a chance. But it looks like Walters of St. Mary High goes by, takes the lead, and St. Mary High, twice world champions in the 1970s, and they've got the lead. Vertech not looking great so far in the 800 leg, so it's St. Mary High, green and gold. Vertech, green and gold. Edwin Allen third in sky blue. Heidel in fourth place. Homewood Tech trying to close in. Is that Samantha Price on the anchor leg? She's a fantastic form this year. So it's Walters leading for St. Mary High. Looks like Samantha Price has run 2:10 for 800 this season. 3,000 meter girl, but she takes over in second place. So St. Mary High have the lead with 400 to go. If you're listening from St. Mary, you're tuned in right now to your team, St. Mary High, in the lead. Homewood second. Looks like Samantha Price. She's been in irresistible form this season at all the distances, 8:15 and 3,000 meters. And she's leading Heidel and Edwin Allen in the chase for the space in between them and St. Mary High. 200 to go, and St. Mary High have hijacked this medley so far. Samantha Price hits the gas for Homewood in second. Walters storming home for St. Mary High. Here comes Samantha Price. Has run 2:10 for 800 meters and starts to move forward on the relay. And here comes Homewood. St. Mary High holding on. Homewood pull out into lane number 2 and come past at the end. It's Homewood who come through to win the girls sprint medley, and they come through in 3:55.76. They've broken the meet record in the medley, and they go all day long. It's fast. The record before this 4:00.001, and this is 3:55.7 by Homewood.
That's a big chunk off the record, and congrats on their running in the rain.
The old record 4 minutes 00.16, and Homewood destroy it at 3:55.75 on my clock. Brilliant.
Brilliant run. All credits to the girls.
Homewood destroy the record. So records in the Class 1 4x1s, records in the girls Class 2 4x1s as well, and a record now in the medley by Homewood, 3 minutes 55.76 I saw downstairs. And Homewood take care of business with Ricky Ann Russell on their 400 legs. She is a former Class 3 champs winner. She's 325, and this has been outstanding. Looks like Samantha Price in from the left one, and she did the anchor leg work. Great form at 3,000, at 1,500 meters and 800. Ran a 2:10 leader for Homewood on the 4x4 at the Western Relays, and comes here in beautiful form.
There has been excellent performance for the entire meeting, Hubert.
I think so. Tough. A word of consolation for St. Mary High. Led all the way until 1,550 meters when Samantha Price hit the hammer and motored past, I think, Sean Walters at the end. So the St. Mary High fans are tuned in from New York. They've got people watching in Virginia as well. And here are the results. The time rounded up, 3:55.77, a record for Homewood in the girls sprint medley. St. Mary High second, they're under the old record, 3:57.43. Edwin in third, also under the old record, 3:59.39, and 3 teams under 4 minutes in the medley. Outstanding running.
Very, very outstanding. Hubert, as I sit here, I'm looking down, and I know the format of this meeting. Was in a response to the COVID. Do you think in going forward Gibson should keep this format?
I like the heats. I love the heats. The heats is a better test of squad depth and proficiency. But a lot of the fans come at 4 o'clock anyway. We're going to head downstairs to trackside.
Homewood sprint medley record, and you guys pulled it off. How do you feel about that?
I feel great about it because I go out there and do it for my sister and my mommy and my teammates and my coach.
You guys pulled it off in the last 400 meters. Talk to me about that.
I feel elated that we could do that because after training for so many days, mornings and evening, feel very, very much accomplished.
Would you change anything about how you went into this race?
Yes, miss. I will change a lot because this is not my personal best.
Anything else?
No, miss.
All right, thank you so much, ladies.
That's Ricky and Russell answering last, and the anchor leg Samantha Price, and outstanding run by Homewood, the first ever Gibson McCook medley race under 4 minutes, 3 teams under the mark.
Yeah. But I want to take you back to the format because
I like the heats, Diego. I like the heats. I like when people are able to manage, as they would manage the big championships, how you manage your staff through the day. 1 second. Cornwall, KC, Wolmer's, Rhodes Hall, Hanover, Jamaica College, Excelsior, Camperdown, and Calabar for the boys sprint medley. That's coming up now. The boys sprint medley coming up now, and a brilliant race. The record 3:25.99 in 2019 by Enid Bennett High, and the boys medley chances now. That's Kingston College in lane number 2. They've got a fine group of 800 men and won the medley at Western Relays. Boys sprint medley open again. The first leg 400 meters, the legs in the middle 200, and the anchor leg 800 meters. We saw how crucial it was in the girls medley with Samantha Price, I think it was, coming through to win when she was way back at the exchange when the first 3 legs were finished. In this race, KC has the best group of 800 runners, and maybe JC too, depending on what they spare for the 4x8. So that's a test for the day. Do you have enough people to come back in the 4x8 later with a crack team? Calabar on the outside, Camperdown tracking them, and quite close. And looks like Camperdown and the Stagger may have just the advantage. KC look good on the inside. 50.3 for Kingston College, and they're changed the best. And it's Kingston College who go past everybody at the exchange and take the lead. 2 legs of 200 now, and KC lead Woolmers. And Woolmers force their way past the Purples and take command on the back straightaway. And Woolmers come through and take over. Not a great change by Cornwall, and KC get the inside line. It's Kingston College on the inside, Woolmers on the outside. A rampaging third leg by Jamaica College. He splits the two battling teams and steps forward. KC, JC, Woolmers. It's KC just edging forward at the exchange now. So KC get through to the lead. JC just behind them. JC have lots of good 800-meter men and circle past, and JC goes through to the lead. JC lead Kingston College. Woolmers in third. Cornwall 10-15 meters back. Rhodes Hall another margin behind them, and it's JC who start to cruise into the front. KC won this race at the Western Relays, but JC didn't run that there, and so not too many sprint medleys, Anthony, and on clarity, but it's JC with the lead. Jamaica College, their middle distance program coached by Dwayne Johnson, KC Hamlin Pagan, and these two right together with Woolmers tracking as well, as JC have a lap to go with KC right with them. It's the sprint medley record 325.99 by Enid Bennett, now Bogwalk High, in 2019, 3 years ago. Watching for it with KC back in the lead is Kingston College, trying to get away from JC in the medley. 150 to go. KC with JC coming on the outside. 100 to go in this medley. JC pulls through on the outside and come past. It's Jamaica College leading KC. The anchor leg makes a difference for Jamaica College. Middle distance kings, 154 for the anchor leg, and JC win 3 minutes 30.82 for the second time in 2 medleys. It comes down to the last 50 with Jamaica College taking the bacon in 3 minutes 30.82 seconds.
Pretty decent run by the Jamaica College team, and as you said, it is always going to come down to the last leg, the 800 meters.
Yes. JC.
So the sprinters can only keep you in touch, but the real focus is going to be the 800 runner.
So JC, the current kings of middle distances, put down their marker in the medley in 3 minutes 30.82. Camperdown may just have had the lead on the stagger after the 400 leg. The sprinters, this change messy, a little trip for Jamaica College. Woolmers on the outside, and then at the second 200, KC a flying exchange. I think that's Wardlow who anchored the medley for KC at Western Relays, but Jamaica College, so many good 800-meter men that they were able to make up the ground and get through and do the business and come through to win. It's Jamaica College, 3 minutes 30.82 seconds to win the medley after Homewood ran the first sub-4 in history at Gibson McCook. JC 3:38.3, KC 3:31.53, Calabar 3:38.40, and Cornwall College 3:39.22. 4 teams under 3:40.
That's impressive. And the fifth team is actually 3:40.10.
Yes, went with the cold numbers. Rhodes Hall, great job, 340.10, just outside 340, and that's sort of the borderline of quality for the medley. If you want to think about getting to the champs final, you've got to run 340 and better, sometimes 335 when it's really fast, but 340 at the end of February with 5 weeks of championships. Coach Parchment at Rhodes Hall can feel like that could be a team that could go 335, 333 even by the time of championship sports in April.
And remember, some schools come specifically for the medley.
And I think that's what some schools might well do, because that's where the points are for your school. Brandy Hall on screen, run on the 4x1s already for Edwin Allen in Class 1. Revolutionary time, 43.37. She's 158. Out for 4x2 duty. Edwin Allen wondered about this with no heats. Would Coach Michael Dyke and the big coaches with the big teams put their top class teams at 4x2? Under normal circumstances, they don't. They go 4x1, 4x4, and then run slightly weaker lineups for 4x2, but I think they're going for it. Here's the lineup: St. Jago, Excelsior, Woolmers, Belfield, Homewood Tech, Petersfield, Edwin Allen, and Immaculate Conception, lane number 8.
The other thing we need to remember, with the restrictions in number because of COVID at some of these meetings, once you have a meeting that you can attend, they are going to maximize how the athletes participate.
Excelsior, the Eagles, lane number 2. No 4x2s this season. No way to judge this except in the 4x1 results. Edwin Allen, 2 wins out of 4 races. Have the high cards, Anthony, and Woolmers. Nice all-round sprint team. Won 3 of 4 relays at GC Foster last Saturday. They might be a team with the all-round strength and depth to challenge. This is Belfield in the field as well. The record in this event, 1:38:33.82 by Heidel. And Heidel, they've got Alana Reed. She's the NACAC under 18 champion. And Brianna Liston, World Junior finalist, not in this race. So it's St. Jago, Excelsior, Woolmers, Belfield, Homewood Tech, Petersfield, Edwin Allen, and Immaculate. A good start for Edwin Allen in sky blue. Looks like Tia Clayton on the first leg for Edwin Allen, and flying on the outside, Immaculate pulling away from Edwin Allen. Also going fast, Petersfield in the yellow vest and the black shorts. They're closing in a little bit on Edwin Allen as well. So a great first leg by Immaculate on the outside. The first change by Immaculate flying on the outside still. This is Tina Clayton now on the second leg. Heads into the straightaway, sees Immaculate on the outside, flies past her with a shift of gear to warp speed, steps by. It's Edwin Allen now leading on the stagger. They're going for it. It's Edwin Allen now in the lead. They can cut over at the end of that leg, but they're still running wide. Or is this all the way in lanes? Looks this way. So it's Edwin Allen on the outside. Homewood keep in touch with Edwin Allen in the middle legs. Edwin Allen come through. There are the cones. They cut in now, and it's Brandy Hall, last year's Class 1 100 champion, storming and speeding on this third leg. The baton pass made, and Serena Cole, a storming 200 leg on the medley at Western Relays a couple weeks ago, starts to speed. The record stands at 1:33.82. It's Serena Cole, Immaculate second, Homewood third, but Edwin Allen are storming away from this field. Cole has a baton for the team from Frankfield. It's Edwin Allen coming close to the record, won't quite make it. They win it at 1:35.89, and I wondered whether or not Michael Dyke would put his A squad at 4x2, and he did, and they win it 1:35.89. The Clayton twins, Serena Cole, and Brandy Hall all came back from 43.57 duty in the 4x1s to win the 4x2s here, and Michael Dyke told everyone his team started training late this season, continues to find the places to get his team to do the work to be shot for April and May and June and the World Juniors.
We have the results of the long jump event.
A quick look back, 1 second now, and the Claytons were first and second on this relay. They come out of the blocks flying and head down the back straightaway. And the Clayton girls first and second. That's the end of the second leg, and Brandy Hall, this race run with an extended stagger, and Cole finished it off, ran strong for 170 meters of her leg, and then started to sort of ease down, and they came to 1:35.91. Long jump in action, Adrian Riley winning 787. Here are the results: 1:35.91, Immaculate second, 1:30.36, and Homewood third. Emmanuel Archibald from Guyana second in the long jump, 783. Sean D. Thompson 744 in third. That's 787, 772, and 744 for Riley, Archibald, and Sean D. Thompson, first, second, and third in the men's long jump. That took place a little earlier on. And Edinal on track, 1:35.91 in the 4x200s with the big team. Boys, 4x2s now. I think they start with the class ones. And the record in that event is lightning quick, 1:24.6. And this one here coming up. First 4x2s for class 1 boys this season. Looking forward to enjoying it. KC, Calabar, Herbert Morrison, St. Catherine, JC, Excelsior, St. Jago, and Woolmers. And here we go. That's the lineup: KC, Calabar, Herbert Morrison, St. Catherine, JC, Excelsior, St. Jago, and Woolmers. The rain holding up a little bit. Fewer umbrellas on display than a few minutes ago. St. Jago won the Class 1 boys 4x100 meters. They're on the outside in this 4x2 final. St. Catherine in that blue and black, looking good on the first leg. They've got Sandra Davidson, their National Junior 100 champion. Looks like Davidson just is making a little bit of a ground on the field. And it's St. Catherine, change not great. The St. Jago change not great either. Excelsior catch up to St. Jago, and JC start to rampage on this second leg. It's St. Jago. Those are the short steps of Christopher Scott, Class 3 double champion. Excelsior recover, St. Jago recover, and St. Catherine make the best ground on the stagger. St. Catherine have the lead in this 4x2 at the second exchange. It's St. Catherine leading. Can the school from St. John's Road take a famous Gibson McCook win? It's St. Catherine. They're going to cut over at the cones at the start of the back straightaway, and the team in blue and black from St. John's Road has a lead. Here comes JC. JC chasing St. Catherine and get by before the exchange. It's Jamaica College who have command of this 4x200. Looks like Benjamin, first year Class 1 for Jamaica College, who has the lead. It's JC, 10 meters clear of St. Catherine. Excelsior third. An injury for St. Jago on the ankle leg, and JC have the lead. It's JC with Benjamin, St. Catherine second, Excelsior third. Jamaica College get on the scoreboard at Gibson McCook 2022 with a win in 1:25.70. And JC joined the big teams on the winners board in 2022. Anthony.
Excellent run by JC, and I have some results, Hubert, for the women's high jump. We have Aniska McDonald from St. Jago winning in 1.75. The Edwin Allen athlete of Rashida Samuels did 1.73, and there was a tie for second place. The swept away athlete Ramona Hilton also cleared 1.70. And in fourth place, Shakela Henry from Homewood Tech. Her results is 1.70, which is also a personal best for her.
High jump in action. Hard to high jump in the rain, but Those ladies and gentlemen took care of business there, and that's Hector Benjamin who anchored JC to win in the boys Class 1 4x2s, and in the rain again with St. Catherine finishing in second. The winning time 1:25.70. Excelsior looking good the first couple of legs. Casey on the inside stranded, and the team in blue, St. Catherine, you can see them. This is the end of the second leg. Took command on the home stretch and head off in the third leg. This is where JC took charge. The baton gets to Benjamin in the lead, and he gets away from this field and puts JC in a strong position, and they cross line 1:25.70. So a win for Neil Harrison, the JC crew. The time rounded up to 1:25.73. St. Catherine second, 1:26.74. And Herbert Morrison third with the Daly boys, Mark and DeAndre, their brothers, 1:27.38. 4x2s in action. Class 2s coming up on track now. And no one at the blocks yet for the Class 2 4x2s. And how are we managing now from a meet management perspective? Are we still bang on time?
Yeah, we're doing very well. The meet has been well managed so far, so congratulations to the people. An area that we normally do not pay attention to as the members of the public is the call room, and that's the area where the athletes assemble before coming into the competition arena.
Here's one of the San Diego runners from the 4x2s being wheeled away. Haven't seen that too often,
which is good.
Hopefully won't see it too often for the rest of the day.
But the athletes have to be very careful now that it is a little cooler than normal and the rain, to ensure that they keep warm and keep active.
I was asking the question about that, and unfortunately have seen it a couple of times. Hopefully everybody will be careful as we keep going on down the program. The Class 2 4x2s coming up. The record is 1:25.30. KC 2014. Who is that on that team? Dontre Williams and Nathaniel Ban, an outstanding KC Class 2 team back then. I think Akeem Bloomfield may have been in that squad as well. Outstanding teams for KC back a couple of years ago, 2014. The winners last year in Class 2. Boys 4x2. Boys not all out there yet. So Anthony has his eye on them, making sure they do what they need to do and stay on time. My friends tuned in, watching. Good afternoon. Here's the lineup. Cornwall, Jamaica College, St. Diego, Kingston College, Calabar, Camperdown, Stets, and Woolmer's on the outside. Boys Class 2 4x200s. The winners in 2020, the Woolmer's Boys School, a humdinger, 1:29.02, with JC second, 1:29.08. Kingston College, lane 2. Third in 2020, 1:29.68. Have the record in the event, 1:25.30. KC won in 2019. So this one quite mixed in the teams that win the event from time to time. They get going now in the boys Class 2 4x200 meters. KC has the record. They're in this final. The record monumental at 1:25.30. On the outside looks like Woolmer's speeding like a bullet on the outside. KC start to come forward now in Class 2 as well on this first leg. KC make the baton pass first. What does that mean? They spring off after the baton pass and come past Calabar. Woolmer still hurrying on the outside. Stets trying to catch up. They won all the races in Class 3 last year. That team up in Class 2. Looks like Thompson, last year's Class 3 100 champion. Woolmer's, Stets. Kingston College striding out on the inside, and KC just have the advantage. They're changing first. It's Kingston College in the event where their school has a record at 125.30 with Nathaniel Bannon, that outstanding Class 2 team some years ago, and Dontre Williams. KC stepping stylishly into the lead up the back straightaway, and KC have command. It's Kingston College. They pass before Stets and move away on the anchor leg. And KC, hard to see how they will lose this one in the Class 2 4x200s. Kingston College, winners at 4x1 in Class 3 and Class 4, coming for a hat-trick. Stets running out in lane 2, don't have to do that, but Kingston College don't need help. They need catching. It's Kingston College, Stets, Woolmers, Calabar come back to third, and KC salute the fans at 128.50. It's Kingston College one more time for a hat-trick of wins in 2022.
Sometimes you wonder if some team own an event.
There's one coming that KC does own, waiting for it patiently to get to it, but in control from the beginning.
Yes.
And the baton passing sometimes problematic at 4x2, and Marco in this event, in the men's event, Jamaica has the world record at 118.63 from the World Relays in the Bahamas with an outstanding team. So this is an event that Jamaica understands and knows very well.
Good, yeah.
Kingston College.
The disaster management people, I'm sure, must be happy when they see how the spectators have conformed to what is required in the stands. If you look in, their social distances, which augurs well for future meetings in terms of less hesitation to approve spectators coming in. So, we want to say congratulations to the patrons for cooperating.
I think everyone knows what's at stake here. The meet televised all over the world and in Jamaica, and the violations visible. They've got COVID monitors
all over
patrolling, and should you gather beside your friend you've not seen for a long time because of the COVID lock-in, they'll move you around. Kingston College win 128.53, Stets second, way back at 129.69, and Calabar third, 129.90. 3 teams under 1 minute and 30. KC, the record worth talking about, 125.30 from 2014 when KC had a masterful Class 2 team. Class 3 coming up in a minute. Boys up there at their blocks, setting their blocks. And you're a sprinter, Digo. We can see in lane number 6. We've got, before we do that, we have the chief organizer of the Gibson McCook Relays, Professor Wilkes at trackside.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Gibson McCook Relays, and with me is Professor Rainford Wilkes, chairman of the Gibson McCook Relays committee. Prof. Wilkes, not a lot of crowd, but how do you rate today's event?
Well, the crowd is an important part, so I'm a little disappointed with that, especially, it could have been better. I think the quality of the performance is just as in all the other years. I haven't seen all the races, but what I've seen is of high quality. I saw the sprint relays, and I'm quite satisfied, and the girls are doing very well. So I think in terms of the quality and the keeping to schedule, especially with the rain and all that, I would rate it as fairly good to good.
Let's talk a little bit more about the performances, because you said the performances have been quite good. But you only singled out the girls, you didn't mention any other boys. Talk to me about that.
Well, no, as I said, I didn't see every race. I thought the 4x1 times were a little behind the usual high standard. I actually didn't see the girls. I just heard about some of their performances. But I think the quality is good, and you know, it's still early in the season. The champs is 2 months away, maybe a month and a half, all of March and maybe a first week in April. So I think they're in good shape. Good shape.
Gibson Relays has been out for a little bit because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on track and field coming back, is it where you think it would have been?
In terms of Gibson McCook relays, I'm not sure what you mean by where we could have been in terms of, you're going to measure that by the performances, going to measure that by the crowd support and so on and so forth. Now, the crowd support, there's several factors there, so I don't want to judge that merely where we are. We've been out for 1 year. We're still in the epidemic or pandemic, and we're still learning. This is the first time we're going to test the system with spectators. It's been very, very difficult. We are going to get some criticisms from the public health authorities because we have had to do 1 or 2 things that could be seen as breaches. But I think just staging the meet is a win, is a success. I think all the other meets coming up for the year will have something to work with. We will share the information we have with everybody, and let's hope it's a learning lesson, a learning opportunity for everybody, and everything after this is going to be better than this.
Thank you very much, Professor Wilkes.
Thanks, Professor Wilkes. We're watching the boys 4x200 Class 3, and it's a Spanish Town battle. St. Jago leads St. Catherine. Looks like right of St. Catherine High, who was in hot pursuit. St. Jago have the lead by a couple of steps. St. Jago, St. Catherine, right comes forward. Can St. Jago hold on? It's St. Jago just edging home ahead of St. Catherine High School in the Battle of Spanish Town. 1:36.07 for St. Jago, with St. Catherine right behind them in the Class 3 boys 4x200. The record safe, 1:31.39 by KC in 2018, and it's St. Jago who edge home the winners in the Class 3 4x1s. St. Jago win it ahead of St. Catherine, and protocols in action, and command of St. Jago puts his mask back on. All the schools showing great training. A look from the start. St. Jago lane 3 in the yellow tops and the green shorts. JC just outside them, and St. Catherine on the outside get off to a fast start, where it looks like Excelsior rampaging down the back straight away, gone past Woolmer's and start to head to the exchange zone for the first pass. St. Catherine in blue, Excelsior in the gold and the black, with St. Jago making the pass just before Excelsior, but on the stagger, hard to track, as this is Excelsior, second leg, in charge on the stagger. St. Jago come forward, pretty lively in Class 3. Reese running the second leg for St. Jago, and St. Catherine also motoring on the outside. The two Spanish Town schools just about taking command when you consider the staggered lineup. They run around this curve and then cut over when they pass the cones, which are lined up at the start of the back straightaway, and you can see now where St. Jago take command, and they're sprinting outstanding this season. Greg Prince anchoring in Class 1. Here they are far out in front in the Class 3 4x200 meters, and St. Catherine make a big move on the third leg and catch up and get into second place. So it's St. Jago, St. Catherine in the blue and the white, and Excelsior with JC a bit back in fourth place, and Herbert Morrison further back, and St. Jago looked in danger here, but kept the lead, that precious 1 meter, and came through to win this second race. A victory for St. Jago here today, 1:36.07, and the rain easing up a little bit as we get further down the afternoon. Here are the times. St. Jago 1:36.11, St. Catherine 1:36.32, and JC just outside 1:37 at 1:37.05 in third. Coming up, boys Class 4 4x200s, and that race, a race held in trust by Kingston College. KC have won the Class 4 4x200s 7 times straight: 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. And The only thing they need now to complete the collection is the record 1:34.71 by Wolmer's in 2010, with Jordan James finishing fast in a fabulous race 12 years ago. James went on to be quite the footballer for the Wolmer's Money Cup team, and showed on that day his outstanding speed for the Wolmer's boys. They were second last year when KC won their 7th win straight. And Anthony, we talked about races that some schools have a hold on. In the Class 4 4x2s, Kingston College, 7 wins straight.
Okay. It's heading to the days when they were winning champs for 13 consecutive years.
Yes, they're halfway there now, aren't they?
Yes.
And
okay, will do.
Kingston College, 1 champs. What's that now? 62-75. 14 wins straight. Vertec, girls champs, 15 wins straight. And in the Class 4 4x2s, Kingston College halfway to those big margins.
We have several school dynasty in different events.
It's a dynasty. And in 2020, a brilliant anchor leg by Ricardo Johnson of Kingston College clocked him in 23.2. That's very fast for a Class 4 boy. And last year in Class 3, did win the Class 3 200 to justify that early promise, and that's a name you have to look out for. Ricardo Johnson, KC, compact sprinter. Wait to see him moments from now. The boys just coming up now. Is this for the 4x2s Class 4?
But as you say Class 4, I want to go back to the question and hope that people will give it serious consideration, and that is to have Class 4 boys at champs. Although, you know, there's an argument that the Class 4 can run as Class 3, but we should really have people competing within their own age group. And it's something that I'm certain will add to the development of getting the boys out a little earlier.
I know lots of coaches agree with you. It's a discussion that's being had now.
Yes.
It's been gaining some currency the last several years. Don't see any Class 4 4x2 boys out there. And I see girls coming out for the next event. And
but it could be a question of how many persons report to the call room if it is on the schedule and it's not happening.
I don't see it. I think it's the 4x8s now for girls. So that Class 4 where, so the KC streak broken by COVID-19 last year, and apparently broken by a lack of entries this year. So
yeah, okay.
So after I go and look up what happened 7 years ago, no race.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's the 4x8s coming. It's going to be big, and we're looking forward to the 4x8s. These are going to be big as well. Edwin Allen has a big streak in the 4x8s as well, where they've been dominating. I think they're 6 straight in the 4x800 meters, Edwin Allen, and their girls are coming out now, I think, to do battle with the likes of Homewood.
Well, you notice the dynasty, like when Veer is on top, they are on top for a long time. If Homewood is on top, Edwin Allen is on top, whether it's Calabar, KC, JC, they seem to be on a run for a pretty long time. It's not a one-off thing.
I wonder if that has a lot to look at with organizational renewal. So you're in a streak, you're winning, you've got to generate successors to sustain the charge after your time in charge is finished. So that's a study. Maybe, you know, you took over from DJ. Is it Lawrence Garrix who's taken over from you, who you've told him what you know and you've kept on going. And we hope for renewal in the sponsorship, so we go down to trackside to Kaden Wedley of Digital. She's interviewed at trackside.
Yeah.
Somebody put the umbrella over there. Welcome back to the Gibson McCook Relays, and with me is Kadeen Webley, Marketing Executive of Digicel, one of the sponsors of today's meet. Kadeen, your company continues to invest in sport despite the challenges. Why?
At Digicel, we love sports, and we know our customers do the same. And as such, we will continue to support sports because we always ensure that we see where athletes grow from grassroots to greatness. And we have been doing that through a partnership with our sports ambassadors, namely Usain Bolt, Shelley and Fraser Price, and Brianna Williams.
So you're looking for the next star here, Kadeen?
Yes, we are.
Thanks, Kadeen. I hope you do find that star. Great talking to you.
Thanks for having me.
And Kadeen, of course, a track mom herself. Her son was a very good sprinter at Jamaica College the last few years, and the voice of the interview is Nodley Wright, he intrepid interviewing man at trackside. So we're past the halfway point. It's now a 10 past 4 on my clock.
Just about an hour.
And we've done all the 4x1s, done all the 4x2s, done all the sprint medleys, high jumps all finished, and getting now into the 4x800 meters. Edwin Allen, winners of this event from 2006 and 2020, a 5-year streak, and they're the #1 team in the nation, 8:48.57 at the Western Relays, and Coach Michael Dyke thinks this could be the team that could take down the school record, 8:39.22, and eventually, Anthony, break the record at the Penn Relays held by Veertech at 8:37. St. Jago go out fast on the first leg. Edwin Allen out fast on the outside. Homewood had Samantha Price lead off in 2:10.6 at the Western Relays, and I think she ran on the medley, so a compromise being made by Dave Anderson of Homewood. So St. Jago lead, Edwin Allen second, Homewood third, St. Catherine third, fourth, and Alphonsus Davis in yellow and black Spaldings back a little back in third place. So St. Jago, and looks like Sims who leads off for Edwin Allen, and she's in second. Coach Michael Dyke will hope she'll give them a big lead. The record is within reach in this race. They've gone 8:48.57 this season, and they're in second now, Anthony. Edwin Allen.
Well positioned, and the athlete is running very comfortable, tracking, not trying to pass too soon. And so you can see the tactical approach to running her leg.
The record is 8:46.40 for Edwin Allen, set in 2018, and St. Jago giving them a hard time. They've got a fine group of 800 runners, went 1-2 in the event at Boys and Girls Champs last year, and they've held on for 600 meters on this first leg, but now it's like Sims who hits the hammer and breaks forward for Edwin Allen. They're starting to push into the straightaway, and it's Edwin Allen opening up the gas down the straightaway. St. Jago won't give up, but that's 5 meters clear. It's getting tight. St. Jago coming back, but Edwin Allen lead in this 4x8 for Edwin Allen, and St. Jago pull by, come through, take the lead, and have command. 2:10 for St. Jago on the first leg. Edwin Allen not far behind. Close racing, high quality, they're going fast. So it's St. Jago who lead Edwin Allen. The fastest time this season, 8:48.57, and St. Jago have thrown down the gauntlet to the girls' champions, have a 5-meet win streak, 5 Gibson McCook relay win streak going, and St. Jago, Coach Calando out there, John Leiber, the patriarch, specializing in strengthening the middle distances, has together, that whole group has put together a team that has thrown down the gauntlet to Edwin Allen, and Edwin Allen back in second, trying to catch up, trying to get forward, trying to do well. But it's St. Jago who lead, looking good and strong in this 4x800 meters, and St. Jago looking powerful, have control. Homewood normally good at 4x800 meters, 50 meters back after a leg and a half, and the two teams in the lead are well clear, Anthony.
Yes. they have separated themselves completely from the field, and so the battle really is between San Diego and Edwin Allen.
The record
they have the better long distance runners.
Frankfield Hills, of course, San Diego, the plains of St. Catherine, and so you can do your job wherever you might be if you're willing to do the work.
Yes.
San Diego looking good. The Edwin Allen second. This is not the script. Everyone, I thought Edwin Allen would be in charge from early and would be rampaging way in the lead, but San Diego not cooperating. It's a rally for Edwin Allen second leg. San Diego in the lead all the way through this leg, and again a battle down the straightaway. In green and gold, San Diego on the outside, Edwin Allen, and they're running neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder down the stretch. This is a big run together in this 4x800 meters, and San Diego have continued to keep pace with the 4x8 Queens Edwin Allen. That one, 2:14, the second leg, and now Edwin Allen have the lead. Looks like Roshana Dwyer, she a winner in Class 3 and Class 2. Looks like she's in the lead now for Edwin Allen.
It's a never say die approach with the San Diego athlete.
Dwyer has the lead, has the fastest 4x8 split this season. 2 minutes, 09.6 seconds at the Western Relays. Loves to sit and kick. And San Diego tucked into second. Dwyer, tall, has had some injuries. When I saw the Western Relays, Anthony had a little kinesio tape down the back of the thigh protecting an injury that was healing from this season. But that tape's gone now, and she has the lead.
Running very relaxed, running very comfortable. But the San Diego athlete is actually tracking her, and she is not exerting a lot of effort. So let's see what happens in the final 100 meters.
Dwyer looking comfortable, has great foot speed, runs sometimes an Edwin Allen 4x4, and has the lead here. Looks under control, starts to gradually increase her pace apart as she goes past the high jump apron on the bottom curve. San Diego still in her slipstream in second. Looks like an imperceptible gear change on the back straightaway, and Dwyer starts to pull away on the third leg. Her class begins to tell. Has run 2:10.06 this season at 800 meters. Did a double last week at GC Foster, and now the gap begins to open up. It's sanity returning in the 4x800 meters as Roshana Dwyer starts to pull away and put her team way out in front now. The first leg for Edwin Allen, 2:11.2. Thought that was Sims. The second leg, 2:14.4. And now Roshana Dwyer begins to open up the throttle down the stretch. She's feeling fit now after some years of frustration with injury. It's Dwyer on the third leg for Edwin Allen, racing into the finish, and she comes through the baton pass to her fellow teammate. 2:11.4 for Dwyer, and it's Jessica McLean. She and Dwyer have come up since Class 3, and McLean now, one of the team leaders. Anthony, she's away and clear.
The script is gone now.
Back to normal. Normal service resumed for Edwin Allen. And McLean, good at 8:15 and 3,000 meters, has much more comfortable duty. I think what has happened now, Homewood had Samantha Price run the medley, got the win, got the jackpot there, but is taken off of their 4x8 team, and San Diego pretty strong for 2 legs, and have kept the champions honest, but here the champions are on their way to a big win. It's Edwin Allen looking good. This is McLean. She's able to cruise the glory leg because there's no one close. The Sky Blue team from Frankfield, that's up in the hills of Clarendon, is in command. Michael Dyke himself, a distance runner as a schoolboy, a great story, goes to GC Foster, studies, learns, goes back home to Edwin Allen, and has turned his old school into a Girls Champs dynasty. And McLean, one of his students at 4x8, she was on the record team in 2018, 8:46.40 back then. She's cruising in front. Just 200 to go in the 4x800 meters, and a routine win for Edwin Allen, being wrapped up by outgoing senior Jess McLean. Comes past the shot put area and into the straightaway. Today, unlike any track meet for the last 2 years, there are fans in the stands to bring her home. It's McLean. She responds like Dwyer did in the last 100 meters and starts the motor. It's Jess McLean, Edwin Allen. 8:42, 8:43, the record 8:46. It's Jessica McLean who comes through to close out a big win for her school in 8:49.39. Her leg 2:12.6, and Edwin Allen, as usual, in command at 4x800.
It's the proverbial country mile she's winning by. The second place runner is yet to come in.
9:07.29 for St. Jago, but Edwin Allen so comfortable in the 4x8 that their anchor leg woman didn't have to run fast. That's the Edwin Allen team. 152 Roshana Dwyer, 165 Jess McLean. I think that's Sims on the left hand side, 154, and an easy run. After challenged by a feisty St. Jago team for the first two legs, this outstanding team, broke away on the third leg with Dwyer. She's 152 on the right hand side to come away to win. She's had some injuries. It's great to see her back at full fitness.
But it seems as if it doesn't matter what order Dyke run the Edwin Allen team in, the results would pretty much be the same.
St. Catherine, 10 minutes, 10.81. A little bit further back in this 4x8. It takes depth to run it. And Alphonso Davis, they've had some outstanding teams the last couple of years. Their coach, Megan Copeland Wilson, doing a fantastic job in Spalding. A little look back at the 4x800 meters, and here it was still close with St. Jago harassing and harrying the champions. And the first leg's outstanding, 2:12.2 for both young ladies. And when Roshana Dwyer got the baton, she stormed into the front, not used to running behind anybody. And with 200 to go, broke free, opened a wide gap and gave the baton to this girl, Jessica McLean, and she closed up the win. 2:11.2, 2:14.4 second leg, 2:11.4, and Jess McLean easy, 2:12.6, 8:49.5 for the champions, Edwin Allen. One of the highlights of the meet coming up now, the boys 4x800 meters. Here it is. Edwin Allen, 8:49.41. St. Jago, gallant second, 9:07.34, and Homewood Tech with the medley, their focus today, 9:14.74, with Alphonsus Davis and St. Catherine rounding out his top five. That time, not a season leader, as we step down to trackside to the president of ISA, Keith Wellington.
Welcome back to the Gibson McCook Relays, and with me is Keith Wellington, president of ISA. Keith, there's a lot at stake for track and field and for ISA as you look on here today. What lessons can you take from this as you go into champs in April?
Quickly, Nadal, let me just commend the Gibson committee first of all for actually putting on Gibson this year. I know they missed out last year, and I know it's a challenge just to organize these meets and to get all the permits and so on. We are looking on, and I think that there are some lessons to be learned from what they are doing in terms of the organizing and logistics, getting persons in the venue. That is the thing that we are most interested in today. How is it you get patrons inside the venue? Because as you know, we have been approved for patrons as well, and therefore we have to learn as much as we can from those who go ahead of us. From what we have seen, I think it's a little disappointing that we don't have that many persons in today.
We take a break, Keith. We go back to the track and then come back to you.
Thanks, Nodley. The boys 4x800 meters. This race we expect to be one of the big races of this meet. It's KC versus JC. That's the billing. The record stands to Calabar, 7:29.04, and running for Calabar in the first leg, David Martin. He was on the record-breaking team 2 years ago, and he back up the field with Calabar, comes past Belfield, tries to go for KC, but up front looks like Omarion Davis leads off for Jamaica College. He the brave one. Fell last year, Anthony, in the champs medley. Hit the ground, looked up, got up, and scored the points that secured the championship for Jamaica College. St. Jago second. That's Tafari Hines out for the first leg for St. Jago, and Martin third. KC back in third, so in fourth. So KC, Calabar, St. Jago, and Omarion Davis on the first leg. Coach Dwayne Johnson knows he expects a big battle with KC here. KC well back. That's a little bit disturbing when you think of the race, but it's nice moving. St. Jago takes over, goes past Davis, and St. Jago, the number 3 team in the nation in the 4x8, gets into the lead now. They're number 1 in the first leg so far, and Davis quickens, former Class 3 champion, and he tries to put JC back in the lead. It's St. Jago, JC, way back, Calabar, the record holders with David Martin, and Kingston College in 4th place, trying to make up some ground as St. Jago head for home at the end of the first leg. It's St. Jago opening up a big gap now as they come to the first exchange. It's nice smooth running by St. Jago so far, and JC have a job ahead just to deal with this fast St. Jago team. It's good first leg for St. Jago, 151 for St. Jago, with JC back at 152.5, and JC looks like Handel Roban, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, headed for Penn State. Semis in the World Junior Champs last year, and outgoing JC Senior starts to wire for the 189 men, and comes past St. Jago, puts his team in the lead, and this man, Anthony, a smooth mover, Handel Roban, third at Curriff a couple years ago, and puts JC in the lead. How does he look?
A well-timed run.
Roban, beautifully timed move past St. Jago. KC, maybe not at the races today, with one of the Henry twins in third place, well back, as Roban goes forward. JC targeting the record, Calabar 7:29.04, and he's motoring, going hard. 200 to go in his leg. The second leg, St. Jago 10, 20, 30 meters back. KC another 30 meters back. Calabar out of it, the record holders, as JC run a time trial at the Gibson McCook relays. It's JC all alone with their top man, Handel Roban, heading into the grandstand straightaway. Hits the gas again, does Roban. Motors forward. They tried to find the right legs to put the boys in. That's what JC told me. And here is Handel Roban. He comes through to the exchange, makes it 1:49.5 for Roban, and JC are a mile ahead of everybody else. KC catch up to St. Jago, 1:52.5 for Henry. For KC, they're in the second leg, but JC 50 meters ahead. This is brilliant running by Jamaica College.
His stride length is not sharpening at all. His shoulders are relaxed, and it seems that he will have a lot to come home.
They've got so many choices in the middle distance in the Class 1. Does Coach Dwayne Johnson. They've got Kemario Bygrave, Class 2 champion last year, in a rich vein of form. Runs 47 flat for the 4x4 as well. And JC, I think they're running for the clock. St. Jago in second. Jaquan Cope, former Class 3 800 champion for KC, is back in third. So it's Jamaica College looking good on the third leg. St. Jago second, and KC third. Time trial for KC. They're going for the record. It's a hard job because the record is 7:29.
And they're pretty much running alone.
Yes,
it would be good if they had somebody pushing them.
I think they thought they would have competition. When Calabar broke the record at halfway, Kevroy Venson on 50.5, they covered the first two legs in 3:46.7. So JC on record pace in his 4x800 meters. Calabar had competition that day, but JC are running all by themselves. Mighty effort from Jamaica College at the half. 4 seconds ahead of record pace in the 4x800 meters. Big running by Jamaica College. Bygrave wraps up leg number 3 and comes into team captain Javon Blake, 150, still ahead of record pace by 3 seconds at 5 minutes, 35.1. The third leg, 153 flat. Javon Blake steps forward for Jamaica College. 13 CXCs, 6 Cape subjects, 5 of them once. The JC captain on the backstretch. Can he hold the pace to get near the record? They're 3 seconds to the good right now against record pace.
Okay. So the question is he able to hold that pace? And there's every indication that he can so far.
It's the JC captain, Javon Blake. Outgoing JC senior. Third at champs last year in the class 1 800 meters. A win in class 2 and class 3. Smooth mover. A lap to go for Jamaica College. They're racing the clock in the 4x800 meters. It's demanding. Calabar with Vincent and Marshall. One and Farquharson. 7:29.04. They're speeding up the back straightaway. Is this a record to match the one by Edland at 4x100 meters? The fans on the back stretch, a few of them, begin to salute this. Power by Jamaica College. 200 to go. Blake quickens. The arms swing. The knees go up. He's motoring. Has run 4x4 splits this season. 47.9. Steps on the gas around the top curve. It's Javon Blake, the JC captain. They speed into the straightaway. Will the record go? 7:29.04 is the number you're looking for. This is JC. A mighty effort by Blake. JC come ahead of record pace down the stretch. It's Jamaica College. 7:24.31. 1:49.3 for Javon Blake. This magnificent record by Calabar broken. Calabar 7:26 at Penn. This time faster. I think this is the fastest time ever for a high school team from Jamaica in the 4x8 at 7:24.3. Javon Blake, the captain, anchors 1:49.3. Great effort by Jamaica College.
Take this forward to Penn Relays in a couple months.
JC give these fans who have come in through a big effort. Whoa. Marion Davis keeps his place in the squad, the brave one. He did the first leg. This is Roban, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Anchor leg man. They were ahead of record pace after halfway, and they kept on going with that bright smile from the little genius, Javon Blake. JC win it. New record. New Jamaica high school record. New Gibson McCook record. 7:26.3. Wow. 7:24.3. Some fans exultant, some dumbstruck, and the record-breaking JC quartet down at trackside with Nodley Wright.
With me is the record-breaking 4x800 meters team from Jamaica College. I think you did what, 7:45.51. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself one by one, and then I'm going to get your reactions to the time.
I'm Javon Blake.
I'm Omarion Davis.
I'm Handal Ruben.
I'm Kemario Bygrave.
And how does this achievement make you feel?
Well, we knew we had it. We knew that if we came out here and did the best, we would get it. So I think we're really happy that we did. We had a good race despite the conditions, and we're really thankful. This one's for our coach, so awesome.
Did you expect it to be as easy as it was for you?
Of course, yeah. All we just needed was us and the clock. We just race against the clock. That's all. We just came out here to do.
How does this set you up going into champs later this year?
Well, to be honest, we just keep working and we'll see you on the day.
Okay, this is for you now. What more can we expect from you and your team?
Yeah, pretty much more, because our team is much focused and prepared. We're more mature. We understand what is to be done, and we're working towards it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Fantastic running by Jamaica College. Marion Davis, first leg 152.5. Handel Roban, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, second leg 149.5. Kemario Bygrave, third leg, 153 flat. And Javon Blake, the team captain, with the fastest 4x8 split of the season, 149.3. The total Gibson record, a Jamaican high school record, 726.30. And they've run their way into history. Anthony Davis, Edwin Allen in the first race, and the one just gone, 2 splendiferous times by Edwin Allen and now JC to mark this renewal of the Gibson McCook relays.
I think it's fantastic when you talk about history making that the performances have been excellent.
KC 736.21, that's their fastest time this season, beaten out of sight by this outstanding JC team. And after that record-breaking run by Jamaica College, we step back down to Nodley and Keith Wellington.
Welcome back to Trackside at Gibson McCook Relays, and with me is Keith Wellington. At the point we broke, Keith, you're telling me about the lessons coming out of this based on the fact that they have fans' approval and you have the same at Champs. You may continue in that vein.
Right, so we wanted to look at how it is working out in terms of entry and exit into the stadium, what type of arrangement is being made, reseating. We have had a little rain today, so things kind of got thrown out. We were a little bit concerned before in terms of the ticketing system. I don't think it went as well as everyone would have liked, and so that is something that we will have to pay attention to. You know that the demand for tickets for Champs is extremely high, and we wouldn't want to deny patrons of that opportunity. So that is something that we are going to be taking a close look at. In terms of the entry, I think things have gone smoothly in terms of persons being able to enter the stadium once they have the appropriate tickets. And I think generally we are happy that we are being able to resume track and field with spectators.
And based on the performances, I know it's early season yet. Based on the performance, how do you gauge things going into Champs?
Pleased, very, very pleased. We saw the Edwin Allen girls earlier with the 4x1, Class 1, and then you just saw the 4x8 JC team running 7:24, which is a record and will probably go close to the Penn's record later next month as well. So I'm very pleased, and generally if you look at what has happened over the last month or so, I think the kids are well prepared.
Good performances need audience. What size crowd do you expect to have for Champs, or that you're going to be asking for?
Well, we have already asked for a specific number, but we asked in January. Things are changing now, so we're hoping that we can do an upgrade on what we asked for. And we are confident that we will get, at the very minimum, what was given to Gibson, at the very minimum. And I think the government has been very clear, and they have been very...
You didn't tell me what you asked for. I think it's deliberate, but I'm going to ask you again. What did you ask for, and what do you hope to get?
No, as I said before, I don't want to say what we asked for now, because we are still negotiating a change in what we asked for. But we are satisfied that we will get a number that we will be able to work with, because we have already had a clear indication of that from the government.
The ever diplomatic Keith Wellington, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Danny.
Thank you very much. And
You're
of
welcome.
course, that pen relay record, Devana Gale, Rivaldo Marshall, Kamara Fox, and Jovante Williams, 7:29.06. So this team, the JC team at 7:24.30, the fastest Jamaican 4x8 high school team ever in the history of track and field at 7:24.30. So they're past the pen relay record, and that's right alongside the outstanding run by Edwin Allen as the two top performances of the meet so far.
Definitely. If I had to judge the best performance of the day, I don't think we'd have much challenge in terms of male and female. But the meet is not yet over, and we don't know what is left to come. But we have had a really fantastic evening of competition, so I would not be surprised if we get some top-class performance coming after this.
More to come?
More to come.
Women's 4x4 coming up, and Sprint Tech in this race. They're on a 4-straight streak. They've run the last 4 times they've had Gibson McCook relays through 2017, 18, 19, and 20. And they've got a fine team. They look really good at the Western relays with Tovio Jenkins, Ashley Williams, Tiffany James Rose, and Yannick McNeil, 3:34.54. And the mood the relay teams are in, could expect more. The 4x4s signal that last set of events at the Gibson McCook relays. We start with the women's 4x4, the men's, then the high school relays for girls, and then for boys. And so this highly anticipated meet back on the schedule, abbreviated form. We're down the stretch, we're turning into the grandstand straight away.
Absolutely. And we going into the final segment, we have approximately 5 minutes to make up, but I'm pretty certain that we'll be able to make up the 5 minutes with the number of events that is left. But overall, I think congratulations to the organizers, congratulations to all the officials. The meet has been well run. We had a little setback with rain. You noticed during the rain, almost nothing slowed. The officials were up to the task. And so we look forward now to the final set of events. And as I said before, we might still be in for a major treat along the lines of the Edwin Allen girls and the JC boys just now.
4x4 underway. The fastest team in the nation is Sprint Tech. They're running in lane number 3. Just 2 teams going. That's Sprint Tech and GC Foster. Sprint Tech on the inside. They've done a change of the order from the GC Foster race a couple weeks ago. That's Tiffany James Rose, the 2016 World Junior Champion. She a medalist in the World Championships, on duty in Tokyo last year as well. And she catches her GC Foster training partner, gets past her on the stagger. Bright, distinctive red hair behind her, flowing, and powerful run into the straightaway. Went to Papine High, won their first Champs Gold medal. And here, strong and powerful down the straightaway, is Tiffany James Rose. She's in the dark outfit. And in lane number 3 and in command comes into, it's like Anastasia Leroy. She a 50.5 silver medalist at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast in 2018. Tiffany James, 54 flat for the first leg. They're just behind their pace at GC Foster when Tovio Jenkins won 53.6 on the first leg. And Anastasia Leroy, not on duty on that day, steps down the back straightaway with a 50-meter lead. Anthony, you're a 4x4 man. What does she have to do to keep her concentration?
Well, she's already running very well. Keep the stride length going, keep the arms swinging, and as long as you try not to shorten your stride length and keep your arms pumping, she should be able to bring it home to her teammate. But she's running very well, running very relaxed, and it shows that she's in some kind of condition. She's really not slowing down to any significant amount.
This is Leroy. Her relay 54.3 for the second leg, so not quite on the pace they were last week. And still, they advance. It's like Ashley Williams, a 52.4 leg last week. The record 329.87 by UTEC in 2015. And Sprint Tech winning in 2020, 335.16. They won by a city block 2 years ago, and they've got a big lead today. GC Foster trying to hang on, maybe 60 meters behind, as Ashley Williams saw her anchor the 4x1 earlier on, former Homewood star, and Williams turns into the grandstand straight away. 54.3 for Anastasia Leroy, and Williams, like Leroy, went to Homewood, and she's finishing strongly. She's looked in great form this season, coached by Maurice Wilson, as all the Sprint Tech athletes are, and she comes through. 53.9 for her third leg, and Sprint Tech way out in front. Sprint Tech looking extremely good, looking comfortable. No need to run fast, I suppose. They were faster a couple weeks ago, but here it's a cruise for Sprint Tech.
It's an opportunity to get a good run in, and we are hoping for the rest of the year leading up to World Championships, we will continue to have this kind of competition for the athletes.
A welcome face in the straightaway, Yannick McNeil, a win in all classes for Veertech in high school, part of the Jamaica record at 4x4 for high schools. Here she is back from injury, closing out this victory for Sprint Tech. Her leg 54.7, Sprint Tech win 336.83 with GC Foster well back, defeated by a fine Sprint Tech team at 347.01. That's Yannick McNeil, former Veertech star. went to races after high school, suffered lots of injuries, but back on it at Sprint Tech, and they come through to win in 3:36.83, and Yannick McNeil 54.7. You've seen lots of young high school stars, Anthony, come through and face the senior ranks with troubles and injuries and adjustment periods, but it must be nice to see McNeil come through to look that good.
Most definitely. And we must congratulate the coach. We must also congratulate the athlete herself to have gone through all those trials and tribulations. Just quickly, you notice Anastasia fell after she changed the button. I hope she's not hurt.
I hope not.
I saw her holding her ankle because the grass is very wet.
Sprint Tech, 3 minutes, 36.84 seconds. GC Foster way back in second, 3:47.07. So Sprint Tech, their dominance in the 4x4 continued. That's win number 5 in a row, and their time 3:36.83. 3 races to go. We waited so long for Gibson McCook 2022. It's hard to contemplate the meet ending. 3 races to go now, and it's the men's 4x4.
It's a beautiful afternoon of athletics, and I think anyone who was unable to get tickets and enter the stadium, when they watch the thing on television or hear of the results, they would know that they have missed a beautiful evening.
Here's Demish Gay, the 2-time 400 World Championship finalist, Pan Am runner-up in Peru, Lima in 2019. On the results, ever so much, Jamaica's most successful 400 man of recent times. Chris Taylor, watching this from afar. Sorry, Chris. Finalist in the Olympic Games last year on a personal best. He part of the Calabar Dream Team, so the Dream Team begin to graduate people to Olympic finals. So well done, Chris. He surely watching his teammates now if he's not running somewhere this week. It's the 4x4 for men at the Gibson McCook Relays. Third to last race of the meet. All finals, no heats, so every race is full tilt boogie. The record 3:03.18 by the Racers Track Club, and Legacy, Myco, Sprint Tech, Racers, GC Foster, Swept, and the speed unit on the outside. So here we are counting down men's 4x4. Jamaica Olympic champions 70 years ago in 1952. Gun fires, that light flashes in the evening. GC Foster on the outside, off to a fast start in the white tops. It's like just inside them. You can see Brendan Rodney, bearded, black and white outfit in the middle. He is the Canadian 200 man. He's trying to make progress for Sprint Tech, and at the 200 mark, where he normally starts his races, starts to step forward. It's the men's 4x4, and it's like Swept on the inside also coming forward just beside GC Foster. That's Racers Track Club, in fact. So Racers and Rodney starts to pull on the Racers, and on the stagger may just have a slight advantage. The advantage stretched up near the end, and Rodney, his first leg 47.3, and it's like Demish Gay on second leg. Racers, Terry Thomas, the hero of that third leg in Doha, where he ran down the United States and put Jamaica in a good position. Team came second in the end. It's Terry Thomas. His international teammate is Demish Gay, tracking him in the blue suit. 2 Jamaican internationals running at it at the top curve. Thomas on the inside in black, he's Racers. Demish Gay on the outside, Sprint Tech. Gay, Pan Am Silver at flat 400, forces his way past Thomas, who's tiring. It's Demish Gay's second leg that makes a difference for Sprint Tech. The change, 45.6 for Demish Gay, and Demar Murray tries to get the inside run, can't get through, and Racers go through on the inside. Smart running by Racers Anthony didn't give ground.
Yes, absolutely. No one is supposed to get by you at that stage.
Looks like Javier Brown running for the Racers. He was a star at champs for JC last year on the 400 and the 4 hurdles. So Javier Brown at Racers leads Demar Murray of Sprint Tech. So it's the Racers in the lead with Javier Brown holding off Demar Murray. Murray hits another gear, but Javier Brown, with his tremendous high school finishing power, breaks away from Demar Murray. It's the Racers on the inside. They've got the lead, and in the lead is the Racers with Sprint Tech second. The season's best 309.06 by GC Foster at the Western Relays, and this race feels faster. It's the Racers and Sprint Tech squeeze back into the lead. The third leg by GC Foster by Murray, 46.3. It's Sprint Tech in the lead with Racers second. Looks like Anthony Cox for the Racers, and the Sprint Tech has the lead. So it's Sprint Tech, Racers, GC Foster further back. Cox and Jago, York Castle Racers, and it's Sprint Tech who pull away at the end from the Racers to wrap up the men's 4x400 meters, and there it goes, 3:05.15, and a season leading time in the men's 4x4 by Sprint Tech. The anchor leg 45.8, and wow, thought Anthony Cox had to run on Sprint Tech, but Sprint Tech holds him off at 3 minutes 05.15 seconds, and Demish Gay on the second leg, he 45.6.
But 3:05 is not a bad time at this time of the year.
Pretty good time for February. Tiffany James, Anastasia Leroy, she's up and running, so she's fine. And Sprint take a 4x4 double in 3:05.16. 2 races to go. Sprint Tech does the 4x4 double. Here's a look back at it, Anthony, as the outstanding Sprint Tech team, Coach Wilson putting his top man on the second leg to make the difference. Yes. It worked. Javier Brown, first year out of Jamaica College, converted middle distance man, does a good job as well, but his team not quite enough to hold off Sprint Tech. Here are the times. Sprint Tech 3:05.16, Racers 3:06.26, and GC Foster 3:07.1. All of those times, the 3 fastest times in Jamaica this season. So yes, in almost every event, the times get faster and faster and faster.
I don't think we could have asked for more.
No, I don't think so. That GC 4x8 talked about the record, said they were going for it, and got it.
Yeah.
Michael Dyke thought his team could break the Jamaican high school record. They did that, and we looked at the baton passing, maybe more to give. Skies, Brea overhead. These ladies come up for the 4x400 meters for high school girls. Some sensational teams out there. Heidel out there. The Excelsior Eagles out there. St. Jago, the Campertown Classic winners there. It's like Ricky and Russell 325. She was on the winning medley team for Homewood. Here are the Vertec girls. They've got a solid team. And Anthony, this meet, cranking up towards a grandstand finish. Several season leading performances across the several events, but 2 big performances so far. JC, Edwin Allen.
I totally agree with you, and I am still looking for something special in the 4x4, whether it's from the boys or the girls.
Stand. Has fans there.
Sometimes a single performance can lift the entire team, and therefore the performance of the Edwin Allen girls in the 4x8, that vibe is carrying forward, and I'm sure the 4x4 girls don't want to be outdone. So this is how, you know, a single performance can lift an entire team. And the same will go I guess for Jamaica College.
Here we go. St. Catherine High, Excelsior, Homewood Tech, Edwin Allen, Heidel, St. Jago, Veer Tech, and Alphonsus Davis in the 4x4. The season leading team is Edwin Allen. They're in pole position in lane number 4, 8:42.46. At the Western Relays, they also won at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet, 3:44.80, and came back at 3:42.46 at the Western Relays. Beat Homewood there, 3:46.98, and they might be the team to beat here.
And a point to note, Hubert, the power of sport. Alphonsus Davis has good athletes, and you hear that name nationally over and over and over. And I'm not downplaying the importance of academics, but sports is one avenue to get your institution become a household name. And if you think of Veer back in the days with the great Brent Francis, they used sports to propel the school forward, and it made a lot of difference.
There are a few families who I advise that their children take up sport based on the apparent financial profile, that the way for them to get college educations for these children, for them to come out 3 days a week and do track and field, which is a sport where most scholarships are offered. Scholarships in track and field, in swimming, in our football, in volleyball, but most of them available in track and field. So if you're tall, come out and try the high jump. If you're fast, come out and try to run or to hurdle or something. Tell the coach what your objective is. He will design a program for you to get to your objective. And if you take care of school, you can get those scholarships. But that's subject for discussion for every day. But right now, last race of the meet for the girls, the 4x400 meters, and Edwin Allen in pole position. They've got the fastest time this season. And let's see. 4x4. They're standing behind their blocks in front of the block markers, and we wait. The record set in 2013 with a team including Sharika Jackson at 3:33.34. But look at what she's done in the 400 and in the sprint. Sharika Jackson 7.12 this season. Her school is in this final. The last race of the 2022 Gibson McCook Relays for girls is the 4x400 meters. Flying on the first leg is St. Jago, who won at the Camperdown Classic this year, and break away from the field with burning speed on the first leg. 3:46.53 for St. Jago at Camperdown Classic. They won by street and lane there, and may be able to press Edwin Allen as they did in the 4x800 meters. Heidel looked good too, and Edwin Allen also moving up. They used Beckford to run the first leg at the Western Relays, and they're trying to close the stagger. Still, St. Jago looked commanding. Heidel looking good in second, and the first leg a fade, a little bit of a fade for Edwin Allen as St. Jago come to the exchange first. It's great running so far by St. Jago High School on the 4x4, and Edwin Allen have some ground to make up there to continue their undefeated streak in the 4x4 this season. It's Heidel looking good on the stagger. Onika Makanov ran on the 4x100 meters in Class 1, former Class 2 400 champion. The Spanish known schools in command. St. Jago, green and gold. Onika Makanov makes a neat inside move and nips past St. Jago. So it's Heidel. Their coach, Corey Bennett, loves the 4x400 meters, has won at Penn in the 4x4 a number of times. Makanov, second at Class 2 last year to Dejanay Oakley of Clarendon College, has the lead as St. Jago fall well back. Edwin Allen out of it in third. So it's Heidel with Makanov. She's broken away from St. Jago and has put her school in full command. Great racing so far by Heidel on this 4x400 meters. Edwin Allen back in the pack. St. Jago chase on Excelsior third. But this is a procession with Heidel leading, Anthony.
A procession is the right description.
Heidel up the back stretch, past the fans there. Veertech in second, St. Jago third, Ednan well back in fourth place. Hard to see them getting back to it. They're trying to challenge St. Jago for third, but Heidel on the back of a fantastic leg by Makhanoff. It's like Baker on the third leg, looking good for Heidel. They're in charge. Heidel, Excelsior, Ednan coming into third, but it's Heidel who looked great in this 4x4. They've had so many great runners at 404 hurdles that they've built up a big lead. 54.5 for Baker on the third leg, and Ednan racing up back towards the leaders, but no way they're going to catch this outstanding team. Looks like Brianna Liston, I think, on the anchor leg. She ran only 4x1s here. Used to run 400s for St. Jago in primary school, and Heidel have an enormous lead. 50-60 meters, St. Jago battling in second with the light blue squad of Frankfield squeezing past into the second place, but Heidel are in command. This is nice running by the Corey Bennett coach Heidel team from Ferry. They turn into the straightaway now, looking good. It's Heidel. Looks like Brianna Liston, who is stepping out in her old distance 400 meters. It's Heidel in command in the last girls event of Gibson McCook Relays. Heidel come through. It's Heidel who come through to win the 4x400 meters. They come through. 3:33.7 near the record, just missed it. And Ednan shake off the rest to come second with Homewood third. 3:41.6 for Ednan, but Edwin Allen second. But Heidel at 3:33.8 and Liston on anchor 52.3 for Brenna Liston. She's in great form. And Heidel polish off the girls section with a win not far from the record, 3:33.3 by Veertech with 3:33.8 and Liston 52.3. Stunning.
It's good.
Yes, Liston indeed on the far right hand side, 52.3 in the anchor leg. Smart, snappy running. A look back shows it was pretty even early with St. Jago here leading on the first leg, harassing the top teams. They won at the Camperdown Classic. Anika Makhanoff handed off to Baker, who ran a solid third leg. And Corey Bennett gets his team sorted just right with Liston anchoring. There she is, World Junior 200 finalist last year in Nairobi, 52.3 on her anchor leg. And there are the results. Heidel 3 minutes 33.76 seconds. Edwin Allen second, 3:41.66. Homewood 3:42.32. The previous season leader 3:42.56, and St. Jago not far. Their best for the season 3:43.27. Veertech, St. Catherine all under 3:50, but the spoils to Heidel at 3:33.76.
Heidel's performance was exceptional.
Big Ben 5:04. Boys 4x4 coming up. Last event of the day. Kingston College looking for their 5th straight win. Won in 2017, 18, 19 and 20. And JC with a powerful team. Looking to stop them. Excelsior beat KC at the Western Relays, but JC and KC could strengthen and come forward with more venom. The record 3:07.00 by Calabar in 2014, and here's the lineup. Edwin Allen, Stets, St. Jago, Calabar, Jamaica College, Excelsior, Kingston College looking for another win, and Port Antonio High School on the outside lane 8. So Kingston College looking for win number 5 on the trot. They've won 4 straight and won the last time at 3:09.70. If you're watching in St. Lucia, one of yours, Michael Joseph, anchored KC to win in 2020. A strong anchor leg on that day, Michael Joseph's. 46.5 anchor leg for KC 2 years ago. Kobe Simpson, Jaden Brown, now at JC, Shantamoy Brown, and Michael Josephs, 309.70. This team JC second on that day with Zinan Brown anchoring. He's now at Ohio State in the United States. The last race of Gibson McCook 2022. The 45th staging comes to an end now in just about 3 minutes. Starter puts his gun up in the air. This one is JC versus KC versus Excelsior. 3 fast teams. All 3 have success this season in the 4x4. JC has 2 wins, Excelsior 1, and KC has lost to Excelsior at the Western Relays. It's Calabar, the record holders, also there. St. Jago also strong. Saw them in the girls 4x4, but it's Kingston College on the outside who start to speed. Boys 4x4. KC wiring on the outside in this 4x4, trying to get a match. They've shuffled their team too. Had Emmanuel Rotamayor on the lead off leg at the Western Relays, and is KC looking good on the first leg. So KC looks like Amal who runs the first leg and puts KC out to a good spot in the 4x4. Here's Rotamayor on the second leg, 48.5 for KC. JC a bit back, Excelsior also back as well. So it's KC with a 48.5 first leg who have the lead. Calabar look good. They come across on the backstretch in second place. KC purple and white. Calabar green and black. Excelsior yellow and black. St. Jago fourth. Mark Miller, class 2 star sprinter for JC, back into 5th place. It's still Emmanuel Watamayor of Uganda running for Kingston College. Calabar, and here comes that's Henry from Excelsior, tries to come forward, but it's KC looking good. KC still have the lead at the end of the second leg. KC, Calabar, and St. Jago. KC lead 47-1 for the Ugandan on the second leg, and St. Jago comes after them. And Gregory Prince here, great first anchor leg, and he ran a 45.8 4x4 split for St. Jago at Queen's Grace Jackson. St. Jago lead now, trying to look for a double. St. Jago lead with Prince. He's run 45.8 for 4x4 splits. He's leaving KC behind. It's St. Jago, their great hero, Bert Cameron, world champion at 400 meters. Prince has a big lead for St. Jago. KC tried to come back. It's Kingston College. Prince has opened up a big gap for St. Jago. He's left KC, Excelsior, and Calabar well behind. Can St. Jago hold on and win this race? St. Jago come through. They won the Grace Jackson Queens, and it's Kingston College chasing. They've won 4 times straight. Can they catch up and go 5 straight in the 4x4? Great third leg by Prince. St. Jago lead by maybe 10 meters. Calabar, the record holders, storm into second place. Here comes Jamaica College. St. Jago 200 to go, but they're being hunted down by JC, Calabar, and KC. St. Jago still lead. Final race of the Gibson McCook relays. It's St. Jago leading. Here comes Kingston College, looks like Antonio Forbes. Here comes KC. St. Jago quicken. It's St. Jago High School, home of the world champion Bert Cameron, who come to win the 4x4. St. Jago, KC, St. Jago win 3:10.47, the fastest time of the season by St. Jago High School. They won the 4x1 and close up Gibson McCook with a big win in the 4x4. Season leading time. The KC streak ends by St. Jago's hands at 3:10.47 with Greg Prince, a dynamic third leg to turn the tide for the men from Monk Street. Big win for St. Jago High School.
Yeah. A beautiful race, very competitive.
Another season leading time at Gibson McCook. This young man on the screen, Gregory Prince, 45.8 for the third leg at the Queen's Grace Jackson, comes up with another stunner, comes out to the pack and gaps the rest and gives his team a big lead. The brave men from KC, second. JC with a good team further back. They use their 4x4 men on the 4x8, and that's just not that long ago. Bert Cameron on the right-hand side, world champion 83, second twice at champs, Norman Hunter 1978, and Ian Stapleton of KC in 1979. And the San Diego men celebrate a famous victory at the Gibson McCook 2022.
This is what a lot of spectators want to see, very competitive events.
Ugandan Emmanuel Rotamayor runs a good second leg for Kingston College. Had him clocked at 47.9, 47.1 for him. And San Diego, great strategy. Put their best leg on the third leg, gap the field, and KC racing home at the end. Just short of a season leading time by San Diego at 3:10.47. Jubilation from the marching men from Monk Street, and 3 minutes 10.48 seconds. KC, their best this season, 3:11.13. JC, outside their best this season, 3:12.49. Edwin Allen, 3:13.55. Excelsior further back, and Calabar, the record holders, 3:15.15. That's not a bad time for 4x4 in February. So high quality, topped up by St. Diego at 3 minutes 10.48.
I think you should say exceptionally high quality.
The last time 3:09.70, so that's in my memory as a time that's at the same time this year in the same event. But of course, you have to win the races,
yes,
to get the titles. And St. Diego won 2 big ones, Class 1 4x1s, and the 4x4 at the very end. Whoa, Anthony, when I got up this morning, I started to program my day so I'd get here at the right time and be ready for it and so on. And now it's done. Big meet. For you, as we get near the end, your thoughts of what stood out in your mind at Gibson McCook 2022?
The performance of the athletes goes without saying. Exceptional performance all along the day.
And before Anthony gives us his recollections, we head down to trackside to Notley.
Welcome back to trackside at the Gibson McCook Relays. We have the winning 4x400 meters team from St. Diego. Could you introduce yourself, sir?
Sir, Raheem Pinnock, sir.
Raheem Pinnock, you're the first leg runner. How does it feel to take such a big event at the Gibson McCook Relays?
Sir, you feel good, sir. You feel amazing, sir. Especially because I didn't get to run the 4x2, sir. So this is my chance to go out and do my best, sir.
I know it's a big event at Champs. How does this set you up for Champs?
How does it set me up, sir? Sir. Set me up.
All right. Never mind. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I know you run hard and you're dying, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Raheem Pinnock there speaking for the team. Great to win at Gibson McCook. Greg Prince twice on the track. Rampaging 4x1 anchor leg. Big third leg on the 4x4. Turned the tide. And San Diego closed up proceedings at 3:10.47. Anthony, a great day of performances. Your memories, what stands out in your mind?
It goes without saying that the performance of the athletes was exceptional. The Edwin Allen girls 4x8, the JC boys 4x8. Is it coincidence that it's 2 4x8? But the other thing that I'm happy about is the organization of the meet. The events were on time, which credit must go to the officials. And this is something that I've always believed is possible, that you can run a meeting with almost every event going off as scheduled. So we have demonstrated that it can be done, and I want to say congratulations to all the officials, congratulations to the support team, and the fact that we had patrons in the stadium made a huge difference to what we are accustomed to. So I'm happy for what has happened today. It's a way forward, and we can only get better from here.
6 4x1s, 12 4x1s, 10 season leading times, almost everyone a season leading time in the 4x1s, and on top of everything, world high school record for Edwin Allen at 4x1, 43.37 by Cole, Clayton, Hall, and Clayton, and the JC 4x8, 7:26.30, a Jamaican high school record, faster than the Penrelay record by Davis, Roban, Bygrave, and Blake. And the performance in 2 relays by Greg Prince of San Diego, for me, the highlights of a fantastic day of performances. It's Been a great time to be on the broadcast. Track back, fans back at the track. World record for the first time in history. The two Anthonys on broadcast. Anthony Davis, Hubert Lawrence. And on behalf of the crew presenting the meet to you, all the camera work and all the sound work, on behalf of all those people behind putting this thing together, and I think the PBCJ, I've got to say, they in track and field for the first time. It's goodbye from us here at Trackside in the House of Speed, the National Stadium. Hope you had a great time wherever you were. I'm Hubert Lawrence. Good evening.